should be able to go ahead and lead us.
Well, howdy, Student Senate. Thank you very much for having me here today. I'm going to be leading the invocation, and so that being said, I will be leading us in a time of prayer. So if y'all would like to bow y'all's heads, and I will kick us off. Dear Heavenly Father, God, I just want to thank you for these students and their heart for our university, God, and how they are here to lead us and just pave a way for students to feel included and to feel like they belong, God. That's the spirit of Aggieland that you have instilled here, God, and so we're extremely thankful for that. God, I just ask that tonight you would just provide our student senators, God, with just hope, God, that you would just provide them with an opportunity tonight to stand up and stand forward and just be able to stand up for what they believe in, God. Father, your hand is over this meeting, God, and in this time, Father, and so we just ask that, God, as this is a crazy time, as we're having to meet on Zoom and we're having to just do things that none of us would have ever expected, God, we know and have joy in knowing that you are at work in this situation, God. And so, Father, we're still thankful in this time for the things that you're doing in our hearts and in our lives. And so, Father, I just pray that the people in this room can hear that and just know that there's hope to be found in what you're doing in this season, God, and that you're still moving. And so, Father, God, I just pray all this in your name. It's in your name we pray. Amen.
Thanks, Ryan. If you'll now lead us in the pledges of allegiance.
Of course. All right. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And then I will be doing the Texas pledge as well. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
All right. Thanks, Ryan. We appreciate you being with us and leading us in the invocation and pledges of allegiance. With that, we'll now move into a period of mission statement and Aggie Honor Code reading, led by our longest-serving senator, Senator Wood. Aaron, I'm going to go ahead and unmute you here.
Howdy. All right. So the Texas A&M's mission statement states, the Texas A&M University Student Senate represents all students in order to enhance the Texas A&M experience within our university and communities through research, legislation, and advocacy in accordance with the core values of our institution. The Aggie Honor Code states, an Aggie does not lie, cheat, steal, or steal, nor tolerate those who do. Woo.
Awesome. Thanks, Senator Wood. With that, we'll now move into a period of the singing of the spirit of Aggieland, run from Pro Temp Spur's computer. Pro Temp Spur.
Howdy, y'all. Okay, I'm gonna share my screen with y'all. I'm actually running off my iPad today, so if you see my fingers, it's because I'm responding to y'all. But I will go ahead and share content with y'all now.
Thank you, Pro Tem Spur. With that, we'll now move into a period of open forum. We do have one registered open forum participant. So now I'd like to recognize Erica Pauls on behalf of the Period Project. Erica, I'll have you unmuted in just a second here.
Okay. Okay.
There?
Yes. Well, howdy, y'all. My name is Erica Pauls, and I'm the lead project manager of the Period Project. So basically, the Period Project is a student senate initiative that started in the 71st session and is being reignited. Basically, we'll be providing free menstrual products and restrooms across the Texas A&M campus next fall. And right now, we are assessing the need for these products on our campus. We're doing this with a survey at tx.ag/periodproject survey. So if you could please complete that, that would be great. And you can also follow us on our social media at TMU Period to stay updated on our project. That would be awesome as well. Thanks and gig 'em. Hello? Oh, I think you're muted, Zach.
Thank you about that. Are there any questions for the presenter? Again, if there are any questions, you can make use of the raise hand tool. The raise hand tool can be found if you click the participants and look at the bottom of the screen. If you have any questions, go ahead and raise your hand now. With that, that will conclude that period of open forum. Erica, thanks for joining us.
Thank y'all.
And we'll now move into a period of approval of the 4/8/20 meeting minutes. We move to approve those minutes by general consent. Do I see any objections to approving those minutes? Seeing no objections, we do move to approve the 4/8/20 meetings minutes, excuse me, and we'll now move into a period of swearing in of caucus leaders. With that, Chief Justice Chopra, I will unmute you for swearing in our caucus leaders.
Does everybody see the worksheet online?
Give me 1 second. Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay.
And Chief Justice Chopra, if you wouldn't mind, whenever you're ready, swearing in the caucus leaders.
Perfect. Will do. Okay. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and post the oath in the chat in case my internet cuts out and you can't hear what I'm saying. Okay. So for those who are being sworn in, please raise your right hand. I state your name. Do solemnly swear to faithfully execute to the best of my ability the duties of the office, state your office, for the Texas A&M University Student Government Association, to uphold the honor of the same at all times, to protect the welfare of the student body, and to promote good relations between the students and those concerned with the university. Congratulations.
So thank you, Chief Justice Chopra, and congratulations to all of our newly sworn in caucus leaders. It's going to be great to serve alongside of you all this year. With that, I do now see a motion from Chair Hine. Chair Hine, you'll be unmuted to make your motion.
Howdy, Chair Hine, Rules and Regulations Chair. I move to deviate from the agenda in order to move into a period of swearing in the remainder of our new senators.
Awesome. Seeing a second, we will move forward. We will move forward to swear in the remaining senators by general consent. Do I see any objections to moving forward and swearing in the remaining senators who have not yet been sworn in? Seeing no objection, we will move by general consent to go ahead and swear in any remaining senators. Chief Justice Chopra, I believe you're still unmuted. And we'll also unmute any senators who still have yet to be sworn in. Pro Tem Spur, if you wouldn't mind.
Perfect. Okay. Please raise your right hand. I state your name.
I, Garrett Lindsay,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to faithfully execute to the best of my abilities
to faithfully execute to the best of my ability
the duties of office state your office
and the duties of the office of Senator
for the Texas A&M University Student Government Association,
for the Texas A&M University Student Government Association,
to uphold the honor of the same
to uphold the honor of the same
at all times, to protect the welfare of the student body,
at all times, to protect the welfare of the student body,
and to promote good relations between the students and those concerned with the university.
and to promote good relations between the students, and those concerned with the university.
Congratulations.
Awesome. Congratulations, Senator Lindsay. It's great to have you join us here in the 73rd session. With that, we will now move into a period of elections, chair elections, beginning with the Constituency Affairs Chair. With that, I will open the floor to nominations. If you do have any nominations, please use the raise your hand tool, and then I will lower your hand once you're finished talking. Senator Montez.
Oh, howdy. I nominate Victor Fierro.
And Senator Farrow, do you accept?
Yes, I accept the nomination. Thank you.
Awesome. And then Chair Jeffress, you'll be unmuted to make your nomination.
I nominate Clarissa Rodriguez.
Clarissa, Senator Rodriguez, do you accept?
I accept.
Awesome. With that, are there any other nominations at this time? Seeing no other nominations, we will now move into a period of presentations, beginning in order of nomination. So we'll begin with Senator Farrow. Senator Rodriguez, if you wouldn't mind going ahead and leaving the Zoom call and then rejoining to wait in that wait room, we'll get to your presentation once we are finished with Senator Farrow's presentation. Senator Farrow, I'll now unmute you and you can describe how you would like your presentation to go. I believe you are going with the option 1 of having the video played, but if you'd like to introduce that as well as describe how you'd like that option to work.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senator Farrow, College of Engineering. I would like my presentation to be with the video. I uploaded into the file on the drive. I have my video and my character witness presentation too. And I would like to I also put a PowerPoint presentation to follow along with my video. So if you would like to open that, it would be great because it gives you like the more insight of my project for if I get elected. And also there's a recommendation letter if you would like to read it.
So thank you, Senator Farrow. Pro Tem Spur, if you wouldn't mind playing the presentation.
All right, y'all. I am unmuted, and then I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna share. Excuse me. Again. Awesome.
Howdy, Senate. My name is Victor Farrow. I'm a mechanical engineering major from Caracas, Venezuela, and I'm here today as a candidate for the position of Constituency Affairs Chair for the 73rd session. Before beginning, I would like to ask you to open the PowerPoint presentation located in the same file where you found this video to follow along with my plans for this year. I'm going to start by telling you a little about myself. I was born and raised in Venezuela, but due to a political, social, and economical instability, I had to flee my country. In 2016, I moved to Miami, Florida, and lived there until last summer, that I moved to College Station. As you can tell, I've been around a lot. This opportunity had allowed me to meet a lot of people from different places, and especially different cultures. Through this, I was truly able to understand that not everyone sees the world the same way, but besides our differences, we have a lot of things in common. Here at A&M, we have peers from all over the world, but we all share a trait that goes beyond our differences. That trait is that we are all Aggies, and as part of the Aggie family, we want all of our members to reach their full potential. That's the reason I ran in the first place for Senate, and that today I'm running for Constituency Affairs Chair. I want to create channels through which all students can communicate efficiently their questions, concerns, and ideas to us, their elected representatives, to create change. I want the students to know that their voices matter. In addition, I want to work towards increasing the SGA representation across the student body. In the past election, only 16% of the students voted. This can be the results of many factors, but we all can agree that lack of SGA presence is one of them. Through the platform that I will explain in a minute, we are going to work together. And working together, we will increase the percentage by at least 10% for the spring 2021 elections. All these initiatives and more, I laid them down in a platform called No Aggie Left Behind. This platform consists of 3 simple but powerful pillars: outreach, channel, and deliver. Outreach is the first piece of the puzzle. I believe that if we wait until students decide to get involved by their own, it can take years to achieve the established goals. I propose a system in which the Student Senate, especially the Constituency Affairs Committee, work side by side with the college's student councils to effectively cover the needs of all Aggies. This will be possible through the organization of monthly town halls in which the students can voice their minds and also meet their senators in a more personal level. The second piece of the puzzle is channel. This piece will work bi-directionally between the students and the Student Senate. I will make sure that the information collected from the students through monthly town halls, Ag Input, and any other mean will reach the appropriate committee. And constantly, I will follow up in the actions taken by the Senate to cover these needs. The last piece of the puzzle is deliver. This one is the most crucial piece. In order to create an everlasting impact on the day-to-day lives of the students at Texas A&M, we need to keep them up to date on the actions that we take as a student government and the opportunities for them to get involved. I plan to continue Ag Input monthly newsletter to keep the students up to date with what we do. Also, I'll work to create new mechanisms to reach as many students as possible. Without anything else to say, I want to thank you for your time, and I hope that you consider me, Victor Ferro, as you vote. Thanks, and Gigam.
Howdy, my name is Juliette Mkenge. I am a junior sociology major from Houston, Texas. I am also the service coordinator for ARC, which stands for Aggie Recruitment Committee. And what we do as an organization is we host a 3-day conference here at Texas A&M University every semester, still in the fall and Whooping Weekend in the spring. Our still conference is mainly for high school seniors, and our Whooping Weekend conference is mainly for high school juniors, but we take seniors as well. Our overall goal is to have potential students experience what it means being part of the Aggie family. I'm mainly here as a character witness for Victor Ferro. I met Victor Ferro last semester when he joined my organization and was assigned to my subco, which is the service subco. And what the service subco does basically is we actually give the campus tours during conference, and we also design the frames, the picture frames that they take pictures with. The frames are aligned with the theme of the conference. Victor is applying to be the constituency affairs chair, And I believe he's the right person for this position because Victor exhibits very good communication, leadership, and time management skills. Besides all of that, he's a very open-minded, very approachable, and very friendly person, which I think is really important when considering to be in a position like this. Victor is hoping to be the voice of the students of A&M. He's hoping to be the bridge between SGA and Texas A&M students. It is reported that only 16% of the student body voted in the last student election, and there could be many reasons to this, but one main reason that I could think of is because many students do not know what SGA is and what SGA does unless they're involved in an organization that actually deals with SGA. I can attest to this because I did not know what SGA was or what SGA did until I joined ARC, and then I learned that there was actually something called SGA. Also, many people do not know that Big Event is actually a part of SGA. Like, most people do not know that. With this position, Victor is hoping to make sure that the students' voices are heard. He's hoping to make sure that students come to him with a problem. The students are comfortable since he's very approachable and very friendly. The students will not have an issue approaching him and telling them the issues, so he can therefore transfer those issues to the appropriate department so something can be done about them, and then him going back to the students and letting them know that, hey, this is what was thought and this is what is going to be done about what the issue was. With having only 16% of student vote in the last student election, he is hoping to increase the number by at least 10%, if not more, in the next coming student election if given a chance to be in this position, which I believe he can do because he's not only is he approachable, he's a very good approacher, if I can put it that way. Like, he wouldn't mind going up to people and talking to people and asking them, do you have any questions? Do you know what SGA is? Do you know what SGA can do for you? Which is why I think he's very good for this position, because he would not mind going out of his way, and he's also very willing to learn. If he does something wrong, he's willing to sit down, look at what he did wrong, and see how he can improve it. So overall, I strongly encourage you to consider Victor Ferro for the position of Constituency Affairs Chair. Thanks, Ngegam.
Right, and with that, Senator Ferro, I will give you some time to wrap up the presentation, about 30 seconds here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for watching all the videos. Honestly, if I get elected tonight, I'm gonna go out of my way to make the best of this position. I'm already undergoing in plans to start working on the town halls. I already reached out to my caucus in the first place to start doing town halls, so that's already on board. And if either I get elected or not tonight, I will still pursue everything that I explained in the PowerPoint, because I believe that's gonna make and lasting impact on our students and our university and the way the students see SGA. Thank you.
Awesome. Are you open for questions?
Yes.
The presenter does stand open for questions. And so with that, if you do have a question, please utilize the raised hand tool. As we go throughout tonight using the raised hand tool, just for the sake of making sure it all stays organized, if you would allow me to lower your hand from my end after you're called on, that'll make it work efficiently. With that though, the Q&A will begin now. If you have any questions, please use the raise your hand tool. Chair Jeffress, you'll be unmuted and able to ask your question.
Howdy, Chair Jeffress. How do you plan to get an additional 5,000 voters to vote in our election and get one of the highest voter turnouts we've seen?
Thank you for the question. Honestly, my plan on how I picture to pursue this is creating monthly town halls on every a college of the on A&M, so that way we can reach students saying, hey, we're here for you, we're here to answer your questions and work toward improving our school. And if we start little by little increasing our presence on campus, that way it's gonna make the students more involved of what we're doing, so they will be more lenient to actually like voting or things like that. Because one of the problems that I felt is that most of the students don't know what SGA do. And if you don't know what SGA do, or even if you don't know the existence of SGA on campus, you're not gonna care about the elections. So that's why we're showing so little in voting turnout. Honestly, when I saw that only 16% had voted, I couldn't believe it, because from a school so big as ours, that little amount of students actually getting involved, I think that doesn't actually represent the whole student body. So through those monthly town halls, I believe that's going to be a great improvement from now until next elections on the student involvement. I hope that answered your question.
Thank you.
With that, are there any further questions for the presenter? Senator Smith, you'll be unmuted and able to ask your question.
Mr. Speaker, Senator Smith, College of Agriculture and Life Sciences. Senator Farrow, I like the idea of the monthly town halls. It's a two-sided question. How are we going to promote those to make sure that student attendance is up? But also, is that enough to increase voter turnout by 10%?
Thank you for your question. How we're gonna promote these monthly town halls is my plan is work side by side with the college's student councils. So that way, if we host events like this of two big organizations on campus, that's gonna increase the participation of the student body. That also, the way I picture is more like a social / informational gathering, so that way students are not afraid to approach their senators with questions and everything. Because if you go as a student to an event and you see a lot of people that represent you and it's everything super formal and everything, the students may be afraid to voice their opinions and even ask us questions and present ideas. But if we promote it more as a social environment, I feel that students will be more willing to approach us with the ideas, and maybe not at the moment, but whenever they realize that they have a question, an idea, and if they see us walking around campus, they won't be afraid to say, hey, you are my representative, my senator, I have this question, this idea, and I would like to see how we can work it out. And the second part of the question, could you repeat the second part of the question, sorry?
The second part of the question was just, do you think that the town halls will be enough to increase turnout by that number?
Okay, thank you. Yes, I believe it will, because a lot of people has great ideas to improve our university. But the big problem that I see right now is that the SGA presence on campus is really low. And at the moment that we start portraying our organization as what it is, as something that is created to make change in the life of the students, positive change. And as the students see that we are working for them, see that we are the channel to make things work on the university, I truly believe that it will be possible to increase at 10% on even more on the participation of next elections.
Thank you.
With 30 seconds remaining in our Q&A session, Senator Wood, you'll be unmuted to ask your question.
Howdy. Senator Wood, College of Engineering. Do you feel that it's a Texas A&M Student Senate problem that people don't ask, or do you think it's a Texas A&M system problem that doesn't promote Student Senate as a whole and gives us the grounds to do and enact those great ideas that students have? Do you understand the question?
Yes.
And Senator Farrow, with the time running out, if you'd answer in 2 sentences or less, please.
2 sentences. I don't believe it's only the student senate problems that we're not portrayed, and our presence prevails on campus. But I believe that if we start making the first we take the first steps to create that change, I believe the whole SGA can back us up, and we can start increasing that image on campus.
Cool. Thanks.
Thank you.
Senator Farrow, that is time in Q&A, and that will conclude our period of question and answer. Senator Farrow, if you wouldn't mind going ahead and hopping off the call and then coming back in immediately to wait in the waiting room, we'll move forward to Senator Rodriguez's presentation and then a period of debate, and then we'll bring you back in.
Perfect. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the time.
And we'll give a second here for Senator Rodriguez to rejoin. Senator Rodriguez, I believe that you have elected to give your presentation via Zoom. Is that correct?
Yes, but I just updated Pro Tem Spur and that my technical difficulties were resolved, so the video should be able to play. If not, I'm more than willing to give it live as well.
No. Well, awesome. Pro Tem Spur, I will hand it over to you to play that presentation. Senator Rodriguez, would you like 30 seconds to introduce your presentation?
Definitely. So howdy guys, my name is Clarissa Rodriguez. I'm running for CA chair. Last session in the 72nd, I was diversity and inclusion chair. So I'm excited to be running for this position. I have a huge passion for Senate and would love to take over this role to make it amazing, just like Pro Tem Spur did. So with that, I hand it over.
Pro Tem Spur, if you'll play the presentation, please.
Awesome. Give me just a second.
Howdy Senate, my name is Clarissa Rodriguez and I'm running to be your next Constituency Affairs Chair for the 73rd session of the Student Senate. I'm extremely excited to be embarking on this journey and I would love for you to come alongside me in this mission to become your next Constituency Affairs Chair. Now going into a little background knowledge about who I am and what I've done in the Student Senate, I have served in the 70th, 71st, 72nd, and now the 73rd session of the Student Senate. I was the Diversity and Inclusion Chair in the 72nd session in the Student Senate, and I was extremely lucky to work alongside an amazing IA team where I was able to learn the different adaptabilities that you have to become within a leader in the Student Senate to make great things happen. So I'm extremely excited to be running again this year, and I'm hoping for your vote in order to make Student Senate something greater and help to unify that family-like feel that we are all hoping to achieve. So a little bit of background information about me. I'm from San Antonio, Texas. I am an industrial distribution major from the fighting class of 2021. I'm extremely excited to be embarking on a senior year. I know engineering department is very fun to take into account sometimes, so I'm extremely excited about that. I was also able to embark in university-related engineering research this past year, and I am actually finishing that up this semester, where I was able to be sponsored by a research company in hopes to help find a better sales planning process for their company as a whole. So that was very exciting for me. I was also part of the Sophomore Leaders on Promoting Equality, where I was a counselor helping along sophomore individuals become better leaders and help promote equality all around campus. So that was extremely fun for me. I was also on the Hispanics President Council, where I was the External Affairs Associate, where I helped join together a group called La Familia to help join the Student Senate and come together in ways where we could help increase diverse representation in the Student Senate. So that was a super fun journey for me last year as well. I was also the vice president of the National Hispanic Institute my sophomore year here at A&M, and I was able to work alongside the president and help him in all the initiatives that we wanted to do within our organization, and that was extremely fun for me to be able to learn the ropes and the handles of being a vice president of an organization. I was also a guest speaker alongside with Ms. Hannah Spur, our pro tem, and being an elect her speaker. And so that was very fun for me last November, where we were chosen as panelists to help empower women to increase leadership representation on campus. So for me, that was something that really hit it home. I was extremely passionate about that, and that was something that I love doing and is a memory that I will definitely cherish forever. This next coming summer, I also have the privilege of becoming a fish camp counselor, so that's going to be extremely fun for me. Cannot wait for that journey, and hopefully have some fun memories over there at Lakeview, so be on the lookout for that. So just about my Senate involvement, like I stated, last year I was a Diversity and Inclusion Chair in the 72nd session and handed that over to our lovely Iman Ahmed, where she is now taking that over, and extremely excited to see the things that she will do as well. I've also been able to meet with a lot of university administration, from meeting from the Vice President of Student Affairs, meeting the Dean of the College of Engineering at least once a month. It's very fun meeting with her, Dean Banks. I've also met with the Chancellor of the university, and I've also met with the Diversity Vice President of the university as well. So I've had a lot of experience in that realm and have tapped my toes into meeting with professional administration and helping legislation for Student Senate become better for us in the future. So now going into some of the authored and sponsored legislation that I have sponsored just in the 72nd session, I'm going to tap into a couple of those. First is the 72-02, the Welcoming Class of 2023 resolution. That was very fun for me, as that was one of the first pieces we were able to put on the floor. We were extremely excited to get that passed as we were jumping right in to the 72nd session. I'm sorry about that. We also went to the 72-02 Hispanic Heritage Month resolution, where that was near and dear to my heart, because I definitely tapped into my roots and was able to help proceed that to the floor. And so if you look at my PowerPoint, there's a couple of authored and sponsored items that I have listed. Didn't list them all, but just a couple that I enjoyed a lot. So now going into my vision as being your next CA chair, my goal is to help represent all students in order to enhance the Texas A&M experience by advocating, supporting, and representing each student in accordance with the values of our institution by increasing relations between the faculty, senate, and the student body. So overall, I just want to be that unifying voice that can help not only the students around our university, but within the Student Senate as well. And so that's a big passion of mine, and I hope to really implement this year and everything that I do. So now going into some of my initiatives, I hope to fully represent each constituent, whether it be through the different ideas that we have or the different goals that we have as a session. My dream is to be that unifying voice that is able to help each student in each of the initiatives and goals that they have. I know that one of the big things that we're all running on this year is making sure that we're not red-minded or blue-minded, but unified under that maroon-minded leadership. And so that is something that is also extremely near and dear to my heart, and so I love that about our Student Senate, and hope to lead alongside that and help students in each way that I can. I also want to increase our social media platform, whether that be social media presence through Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, everything that we have. I want to make sure that we are unifying that student body voice under all social media platforms that we do have. I also want to increase the ag input representing the student body that we do have in the Student Senate. I know that last session, our lovely Ms. Hannah Spur was able to help increase the advocacy through the ag input and gain student opinion on what we should be doing in the Student Senate and what we are putting onto the floor. And so I thought that was something that was extremely crucial for last session, and I want to amp that up this session, and hoping that we do gain the student opinion that matters most and help show the students what we are doing on the Senate floor and what we can do for them in the future in order to help them feel that they are having their voice heard, not only in the Student Senate but throughout the student body. So now going into representing each constituent, I want to first ensure that we have maroon-minded leadership. Second, to promote inclusivity and representation, and also to promote excellence and integrity and selfless service through everything that we do. So that is just something that I want us as a CA whole body to help come together and unify the student voice in everything that we do. So second, I want to also increase Student Senate presence. So whether that be actively attending meetings in the judicial branch or attending meetings in the executive branch, I want to ensure that we tap our foot and each of the different representations that we do have under SGA. So Student Senate is showing what we are doing and what we're presenting to the floor, but also getting insight from the different branches of SGA so we can bring that back to Student Senate and fully represent the constituent voice that we know is near and dear to helping things come to action and enlighten Student Senate. I also want to host roundtable discussions, whether that be with this faculty senate speaker or with different organizations on campus. I know that I'm actually tapping into that right now within the Student Engineering Council. A couple senators and I have actually met with the newly elected president of that council and already getting that into action. So I think that's super cool. Can't wait for that to happen in the fall. And so I would love for that to also be something that we implement into each of the colleges around our campus. So I think that's something I'm going to be really happy to focus on this year as well. And I also want to increase the student representation within the past students who were in Student Senate. So whether that be the association or increasing through a major Facebook GroupMe page, I want to be able to ensure that we are connecting former students with the current student senators that we have. So we are able to gain that connection and uniting the Student Senate with the former association as well. And so lastly, tapping into ag input, I want to ensure that we do have diversity representation. And by that, I hope to invite student leaders around campus and helping them speak to different organizations about student opinion. And also increasing the representation by including a link on the Student Senate page where people can easily access ag input on the monthly basis, where we will be updating it on what we are doing around the university and especially on the Senate floor. I also want to make sure that we send the ag input link to the whole student population through a mass email so they're able to receive the information at a greater rate, and to just help students know that we are there for them, that as a constituency affairs chair, I would love to be able to attend as many meetings as I can. Meeting people is honestly one of my favorite things on this earth. I think we all have an important say on different initiatives around campus, and to be able to meet students and really gain their opinion on what as a Student Senate we should do, I think that's extremely important, and is that puzzle piece that is definitely needed to be extremely connected to the body as a whole so that we can help make this Senate session a great one. So in conclusion, going through some of my passions and some of my focuses for this year, definitely feel free to ask me questions, and with that, I'd like to obtain your vote. Thank you.
Howdy, Senate. It is with my great honor and esteem that I am recommending y'all to vote for Clarissa Rodriguez for Constituency Affairs Chair. As y'all might know, my name's Hannah Spur. I'm the current pro tem for the 73rd session, and I was also the Constituency Affairs Chair for the 72nd session. Clarissa is an amazing individual, not only in her character, but also in her work ethic. Clarissa worked alongside me this past year with various projects such as the disability and diversity training and ag input and all these other things. And Clarissa worked really, really hard, and she always has a good attitude. One of the reasons why I think Clarissa will be so fantastic for constituency affairs is because she did work in a chair role before, but she also did a lot with me as constituency affairs and saw how the committee worked and saw how I ran things. She also is very well versed with her constituents and cares about the opinions of those she represents. I also think she has a great vision. If you haven't had a chance to look at her presentation, please do. She's worked really, really hard to put something together for you guys, and I think she's ultimately the best candidate to serve you. Clarissa is more than qualified to work with constituency affairs. She is very dedicated, and I think she will do a fantastic job. And with that, if y'all have any questions, feel free to ask me, but I do hope that y'all will vote for Clarissa for your next constituency affairs chair. I think she'll do a great job taking over the position. Thanks, y'all.
With that, Senator Rodriguez, if you would like to go ahead and close up your presentation, I'll give you about 30 seconds or so to do that.
Thank you guys for listening. If you do have any questions, feel free to ask me. I'm super passionate about this role. I love Senate dearly, and I can't wait for this next session. I know we can do amazing things together. I hope to get close to each and every one of you guys. I'm definitely here for you for anything that you need. So if you have any questions, definitely feel free to ask.
All right. And with that, the presenter does stand open for questions. If you do have any questions, again, remember to utilize the raised hand tool on Zoom. That can be found by clicking the participants list and then raising your hand at the bottom of that screen. If there are any questions, go ahead and use that raised hand tool now. Chair Jeffress, you'll be unmuted and able to ask your question.
Chair Jeffers, Academic Affairs. How do you think you're qualified for the Constituency Affairs position?
Yes, so like stated in my presentation, I was able to work extremely close with Hannahsburg last year. It was pretty cool because being diversity chair and constituency affairs chair, they kind of go hand in hand because you definitely have to reach out to your students and see exactly what they need for the representation of the body as a whole. So we were able to create the first diversity and inclusion workshop, and through that, Hannah was able to do a lot of ag input advice into that. We were able to create collaborative presentations together. We went to meetings together. We even spoke at a conference together. So I feel like I was able to gain a lot of insight on what it takes to be the CA chair position. And I know I'm super outgoing. I love to go talk to people. So I feel like this is the perfect role to just kind of go out there and really see what the student opinion is to help make this body a greater one.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for the presenter? Senator Montez, you'll be unmuted and able to ask your question.
Howdy. So you had talked about making Senate not red-minded or blue-minded, but maroon-minded. What do you plan to do when you encounter constituents that have a resolution or a movement that might be either red-minded or blue-minded? How do you plan to make
And
that?
Senator Montez, I'm actually going to pause you in the middle of your question for a second to recognize the point of order. Chair Teague, you'll be unmuted and then able to make your point of order.
Chair Teague, Finance. Senator Montez failed to name and caucus when recognized.
That is a valid point of order. Seeing as we are being lenient, you won't lose your ability to ask your question or speaking privileges or anything like that. But if you would, please state your name and caucus.
Okay, I apologize for that. Senator Montes, Liberal Arts Caucus. As I mentioned before, I was referring to your idea of not making Senate not red-minded or blue-minded or maroon-minded. How do you plan to tackle that issue when talking to your constituents when they might have like different points of view?
Most definitely. So I believe that everybody definitely deserves to have an opinion on what they think is right or wrong. So I would never, ever think that one person is right or wrong. So in doing that, I would hope to gather the opinions together and decide what is best for Texas A&M as a whole. I know that there's not always the best decision, but once you make a decision, you can make it the best that you can. And so for me, I would hope to gather senators together to help collaborate on what we think would be best for the student body as a whole.
With that, are there any other questions for the presenter? Seeing none, that will conclude our period of Q&A. Senator Rodriguez, if you wouldn't mind going ahead and once again leaving the meeting, rejoining into the waiting room, we'll move forward into our period of debate.
Thank you.
And with that, we will now move into the period of debate. This will be a 5-minute period of debate with 45 seconds for each side as we go through. Again, just a reminder, as we debate, you will be debating using the names Candidate 1 and Candidate 2. So Senator Ferro will be Candidate 1 and Senator Rodriguez will be Candidate 2. So please refrain from using their actual names, but instead Senator Farrow will be candidate 1, and Senator Rodriguez will be candidate 2. With that, we will begin with the period of debate, beginning with debate for candidate 1. If you do have a debate, please go ahead and raise your hand. Senator Hernandez, you'll be unmuted and able to begin the period of debate.
Senator Hernandez, Liberal Arts Caucus. I've gotten to know candidate 1 on a more personal level before, and all I wanted to say is that I think his passion is very real. I've worked with a lot of leaders in my lifetime in different areas, and honestly, I feel like he has the passion and the drive to do what he needs to do.
So, and Senator Hernandez, you still do have the floor. Do you yield to the floor or to another senator?
Oh, I yield my time to the floor.
All right. Just to clarify, as we go throughout the procedure here, I am stopping the clock here. Once the period of debate has been yielded to the floor, that side of debate does conclude and we move on to the next period of debate. Since there is time left, if there's another hand that's raised and you would like to yield your time to them, then they can finish out the remaining time of that side of the debate. So with that, I believe Senator Montez had her hand up if you'd like to yield to that. I know we did conclude that, but I am going to go ahead and be lenient and allow the debate to continue.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to yield my time to Senator Montez.
Senator Montez, you're unmuted.
Senator Montez, Liberal Arts Caucus. I just wanted to talk a little bit about Victor's work ethic. He is somebody that is so wise beyond his years. I met him campaigning this past campaign season, and I was so impressed to see how he was already getting so involved on campus.
In that period of debate, the time has run out. If you'd finished your last sentence or two.
Yeah, just back to like his work ethic. That's something that I definitely thought should be mentioned. But that's it.
Awesome. And that does conclude the period of debate for candidate 1. Is there any debate for candidate 2? Again, if you do have a debate for candidate 2, you can make use of the raise hand feature. Chair Jeffress, you'll be unmuted and able to debate.
Chair Jeffress, Academic Affairs. I've known candidate 2 for all my time in Senate, and she is one of the hardest working people in Senate, and she has such a heart for the student body and putting her effort into whatever she believes in. I think she'll make a great Constituency Affairs Chair. I yield my time to Chair Feldman.
Chair Feldman, you have the floor in debate.
Chair Feldman, Legislative Relations. I just want to say that candidate 2, with her experience, not just in diversity and inclusion, but in Senate, serving that long, brings a lot to the table, and everything she has, I mean, she didn't even state how many constituencies she has relationships with, not just with the actual staff as
With
well.
that, that is the time on that second period of debate, if you'll finish out your last sentence or two.
She just has so much experience, and it would be really great to add her, and she would utilize that really well. She's a workhorse, and I think that she'd do really well.
So that does conclude that first round of debate. We'll begin our second round of debate with a period of debate for candidate 1. Is there any debate for candidate 1? Senator Chunga, you have the floor in debate for candidate 1.
Senator Chunga Pizarro, Off-Campus Caucus. I've gotten to know participant 1 very well this past semester, and I do believe that he is someone that is going to take very seriously this role. I think it's really important I think it's really important to just let the rest of the Senate know how much of a hardworking person he is, just considering my time that I've worked with him, and that he is super passionate. I yield my time to the floor.
The floor has been yielded to, and with that, we'll now move into a period of debate for candidate 1. Is there any debate for candidate 1? Chair Ahmed, you'll be recognized in debate for candidate 2, excuse me.
Senate, Chair Ahmed, Diversity and Inclusion. So I would just like to speak for candidate 1. We both served in Diversity and Inclusion Committee my freshman year as a freshman senator, and she served as the chair this previous year. She has done a lot of great work.
And with that, Chair Ahmed, I will like to jump in here. I'm so sorry I did misspeak. The period of debate for candidate 1 had concluded, and we were moving on to the period of debate for candidate 2. I apologize for that. Is there any debate for candidate 2?
That was for candidate 2. My bad.
Candidate 2 being okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Candidate 2 being Senator Rodriguez.
Yes, I completely apologize for that. But yes, me and candidate 2 have worked together through Senate, through different organizations such as ASLO, for promoting equality. And I know she's done a lot of great work through her experience in Senate, and I know she will bring that to constituency affairs. And through her work of working very close with the previous chair, Pro Tem Spur, I think she'll make sure to continue that work this upcoming session and be working in this IA altogether. She'll also be able to make sure she can bounce back with Spur and make sure that they're continuing these initiatives and these projects that have already begun. Thank you. I yield my time to the floor.
The floor has been yielded to. That will conclude our second round of debate, and we'll move into our third and final round of debate, beginning with debate for candidate 1. Is there any debate for candidate 1? And again, just as a reminder, candidate 1 is Senator Farrow, and candidate 2 is Senator Rodriguez. Senator Montes, you have the floor in debate for candidate 1.
Senator Montes, Liberal Arts Caucus. I just wanted to talk again about Senator Farrow's capability in Student Senate. Even before being sworn in, he had already introduced a piece of resolution in the 72nd session. I think that speaks a lot about his passion about Senate and his ability to follow through on things like this. He's been working hard the moment he decided to campaign. And I think that's something definitely to consider when voting for constituency affairs. Thank you. I yield my time to the floor.
The floor has been yielded to. We will now move into a period of debate for candidate 2. Is there any debate for candidate 2? Seeing none, that does make that round of debate one-sided and conclude our period of debate. Now that our period of debate has concluded, we will move into a period of voting. Pro Tem Spur has put that link, I believe, in the Slack. It can also be found on the Google Drive as well as on the agenda. If you can go ahead and pull that link up, it should be a TextEd link. We'll begin the period of voting now. And Pro Tem Spur, if you'd like to keep us posted as far as how much longer we have in the voting time period.
Yeah. Sorry, I'll have myself muted because I keep sniffing and I'm dealing with some allergies right now. Y'all don't want to hear that. Y'all will have until 8:05 and then this ballot will close.
No, so for voting, it doesn't matter what order your name is, as long as we do have both your first and last name. And again, as you're voting, candidate 1 is Senator Farrow, and candidate 2 is Senator Rodriguez. Chair Feldman, thanks for putting that in there.
Y'all got a few more seconds, then I'm going to go ahead and turn it off. Okay, we're going to turn off. Give me a second to tally it up. All right, y'all, with a vote of 16 for candidate 1, 38 for candidate 2, and 1
And Pro Tem
abstaining.
Spur, if you would wait to announce the results until they're back into the room and rejoined
Oh,
here, it
yep.
should be just a second. All right, I believe we have both of them back in. If you want to go ahead and announce those results.
Yes, my apologies. And with 16 votes for candidate 1 and 38 for candidate 2, with 1 abstaining, Clarissa Rodriguez will be our new Constituency Affairs Chair.
Congratulations, Senator Rodriguez. You'll be unmuted, as well as Chief Justice Chopra for the swearing in.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. Raise your right hand. I state your name.
I, Clarissa Rodriguez,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to faithfully execute to the best of my ability
to faithfully execute to the best of my ability
the duties of the office of State Your Office
the duties of the office of Constituency Affairs Chair
for the Texas A&M University Student Government Association,
for the Texas A&M Student Government Association,
to uphold the honor of the same
to uphold the honor of the same
at all times, to protect the welfare of the student body,
at all times to protect the welfare of the student body,
and to promote good relations between the students and those concerned with the university.
and to promote good relations between the students and those with the university.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Chair Rodriguez. We will now move on into a period of elections for our Community Relations Chair. With that, we will begin with a period of nominations. Again, just as a reminder, if you do have a nomination, please make use of the raised hand tool. And with that, the floor for nominations is open. Are there any nominations at this time? Chair Teague, you'll be unmuted and able to make your nomination.
Chair Teague, Finance. I nominate Carly Aldag for the position of Community Relations Chair.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and check with Senator Aldag, and then I'll get around to the point of inquiry right after that. Senator Aldag, do you accept the nomination?
Yes, I accept the nomination.
Right. And with that, Senator Marufo, you'll be unmuted and able to make your point of inquiry.
Senator Marufo, Liberal Arts Caucus. My question was, and maybe like I was just watching wrong, but if someone ran for like their caucus leader position, can they also run for a chair position as well?
So,
because we discussed it in my thing, and like the consensus was that you can't be a caucus leader and a chair at the same time, but is that determinant of the aftermath of it all?
So running does not disqualify, nor does holding the position. However, if they do get elected to a chair position, they would have to forfeit the caucus leader position.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. With that, the floor is back to nominations. Senator Chunga Pizarro, you'll be unmuted and able to make your nomination.
Senator Chunga Pizarro, Off-Campus Caucus. I move to nominate Senator Alexia Hernandez for the Community Relations Chair.
Senator Hernandez, do you accept?
I do. Thank you, Speaker. Senator Hernandez from Liberal Arts Caucus. I do accept.
With that, are there any other nominations at this time? And seeing none, we will begin with a period of presentations beginning in the order of nominations. So with that, we'll begin with Senator Oldag. Senator Hernandez, if you wouldn't mind going ahead and jumping off this Zoom call and then hopping right back in and waiting in that waiting room. With that, Senator Oldag, you will have the floor for your presentation. I believe you do have a video to drive. If you'd like to introduce that for us, we'll get into that.
Howdy Senate, I'm Carly Oldag. I'm running for Community Relations Chair. I was on this committee last session and I have a lot of ideas of how to improve and expand this committee. And I'm really looking forward to sharing my ideas and just hearing your questions. So if you just want to go ahead with the presentation video as well as my character witness video.
Awesome. Pro Tem Spur.
Howdy, guys.
Howdy Senate, I'm really excited to be speaking to you to share why I am interested in running for Community Relations Chair and what my goals are, as well as what I hope to accomplish alongside with all of you in the 73rd session. My name is Carly Oldag and I am a freshman poultry science major from El Campo, Texas, which is where I am currently filming and speaking to you from thanks to COVID-19. Just a little bit of background and a little bit about me. Although some may find it hard to believe because of my last name, I am a first-generation Aggie and a first-generation college student. I'm so lucky to have found my place here at Texas A&M, and I love everything about being an Aggie, especially the stuff that I've gotten involved in. I am very involved with my FLOW freshman leadership experience, where I served as a member of the development committee these past 2 semesters. I am now a member of the Aggie Leadership Council, where I get to represent, recruit, and promote the Poultry Science Department. I'm also a member of John 15 and the Poultry Science Club, and in my spare time, I'm on the Texas A&M National Poultry Judging Team. These are just some of my social and leadership service organizations that I'm in outside of Senate and SGA. Within Senate, and as far as my Senate experience goes, I served as a senator this past session representing on-campus students, and I was a member of the CR committee last session. Having not only served in a previous session, but in this specific committee, I got to see the importance of the relationship to and from the city and the university and how that spills over on and off campus. I have a working idea of what the duties of this committee are and what the job entails. Last session, I saw what responsibilities and duties lie within CR, and I'm really hoping to expand and keep working on previous ideas, as well as bring new goals and responsibilities to this committee and to this position. One of my first goals is to increase voter turnout for elections. This past semester was voting in the primaries, and the upcoming November 2020 election will be a big one, seeing as it is a presidential election year. Having a high voter turnout is really important because we want to have as many Texas A&M students as possible being able to participate in this right to vote and be able to do it as conveniently as possible. This is something that I would love to work with Gig the Vote on, and hopefully just by increasing voter awareness about reminders for registration, deadlines, early voting, and even voter eligibility, we can increase the amount of students who can and want to vote. I know it's something that has been brought up before, but having more than one voting location on campus would make a tremendous difference, and that's something that I really want to accomplish in the next session. One of my next priorities as chair would be ensuring that student voices are heard within Bryan and College Station. It's in the code that the CR chair go to city council meetings for Bryan and College Station and serve in a liaison type of position. Once a month, I would attend these meetings, COVID-19 and our situation allowing, and just make sure that the students' voices are heard and that we're represented, whether that be about transportation infrastructure or issues and concerns with off-campus students. That's one of my main priorities, is just making sure that student voices are heard, and that these are the type of things that I would be bringing up and talking to city council members and elected officials about. One of my next goals, and one that I'm really excited about, is incorporating the Community Relations Committee responsibilities to not only being about Bryan and College Station relations with Texas A&M, but the Aggie community as well. By incorporating the Core Values Committee into community relations, we could increase the responsibilities within CR and kind of adapt what we know CR to be. I'm most excited about it involving the Aggie community now and what that possibly means for CR and Senate in the future. The Senate does a great job of representing its constituents, which are current students. This change would allow not only this specific committee, but our entire Senate to have more outreach and be able to connect and represent even more Aggies. These are the most common topics that are brought up within community relations, and they're really what I hope to focus my attention towards as a community relations chair. The CR chair is tasked with talking to elected officials and city council members. They have to be a good communicator and someone who is passionate and able to effectively collaborate for a mutually beneficial relationship. This position needs to be someone who will advocate for our university and the needs of every student, which is something that I have experience with, having served in a representative positions before and as a senator in the 72nd session, and I am willing and more than qualified to do. I really encourage everyone to look at my resources in my election folder, my character witness, as well as my letter of recommendation and my PowerPoint presentation. I just want to thank everyone for taking the time to hear my presentation, and really just commend everyone for the effort and just really going the extra mile to make all of this work amidst COVID-19. It's my hope that within this committee, but especially within this session, that we can make an impact on the student body, Texas A&M, and the Aggie community. I'd love to expand on anything I've said in my presentation or in my PowerPoint, and I'm ready to answer any questions that you may have. Thanks, gig 'em, and beat the hell out of COVID-19. Thanks, Senate.
Howdy Senate, it's me again. I am Reagan McGill. I served as the Student Services Chair in the 72nd session of the Student Senate, and I was also a member of the 71st Student Senate. I'm here today to talk about Carly Oldag, as she is running for the Community Relations Chair. I've had the privilege of knowing Carly for many, many years. Since we were young, Carly was a natural leader. As we grew up, she continued to be the best and the brightest and most definitely the funniest person in the room. But she always strove for more. Every single day that Carly gets out of bed, her only goal is to make someone else's day better. Selfless to a flaw, Carly ran for Senate after being in college for only a few weeks. She has represented her peers well, and now representing a new caucus, I know that the College of Agricultural and Life Sciences is in good hands. I'm here today to tell you why I think that Carly is not only the best option, but the obvious choice for Community Relations Chair. Having served on the CR committee last session, she already has a working idea of the duties of the chair and what the job entails. She has a passion for politics and laws. She is an excellent communicator. She's one of those people that's not afraid to say what she thinks or to give her opinion in situations. And it's a trait that I think that is probably one of her best qualities. Most importantly, her last name is Oldag. I'm not sure what more could be needed for a community relations chair. I believe in Carly. I believe in her ideas, and I believe in her passion. Having known her for way, way too many years, I know that she never does a job halfway. When she commits to something, she is all the way in until the very end. So do something good today and vote for Carly Oldag. Thanks and gig 'em, you guys.
With that, Senator Oldag, I'll unmute you here, and you'll have about 30 seconds or so to go ahead and wrap up your presentation.
All right, thank you, speaker. I really hope that y'all enjoyed my video, and I just stand ready for any questions that y'all may have, and I'm really excited to be able to answer them and talk to you guys. So.
With that, the presenter does stand open for questions. Again, if you have any questions, please make use of that raise hand tool. We'll begin with Senator Allen. Senator Allen, be unmuted and able to ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senator Allen, College of Business Caucus. My question is, what did you do last session to better the CR committee, and what are you planning on doing this session to make the CR committee even better?
Yeah. Sorry, 1 second. Okay. So this last session, there wasn't a lot of legislation that was put into our committee, and also not a lot of legislation that came out of our committee. CR has a certain perception, and historically in Senate has not been the most active. Being a member on this committee, I came up with the ideas for voter registration and things I wanted to accomplish, but just due to limitations because of our duties as written in the code, and meetings not being that frequent, I did my best to be an active committee member and help the chair with whatever was asked of me. CR was a committee that I felt wasn't as involved as other committees, and it wasn't as active, and I really think that that's something that I'd really like to increase and change with any committee. And we've seen this before with certain committees or chairs, whether historically what they've done with them in the past or kind of the perception of them in Senate. I believe with any position and just in life that the committee or the position that you're in, it's what you make it, nothing more, nothing less. And I'm just going to do my best, I guess, to make it a committee that senators want to be on, and a committee that makes a difference. So
thank you.
Senator Martin, you'll be unmuted and able to ask your question.
Senator Martin, Liberal Arts Caucus. Senator Oldag, I was wanting to ask a question. So when it comes to you being in the community relations, what are some things that you would like to see the Student Senate as well as the student body, how would you like to see them get involved in the broader community? We obviously have things such as the big event and all these, other policies. What is something unique that you would like to see the student body and the Senate get involved in on a broader scale in Bryan College Station? I yield my time.
Yeah. So some things that I'd really like to see CR get involved with to be able to really reach out and kind of broaden our horizons of the community and who we're interacting with is, again, kind of, this would be something that I could work on with the Rules and Regs chair on, and just kind of changing the code, but kind of changing the position or what's kind of stated of CR as using of making it less about specifically only the College Station and Bryan community, but the Aggie community as well. And I know the way that I mentioned doing this in my presentation was by incorporating the Core Values Committee, possibly reaching out with the Association of Former Students, just to have as many connections as we possibly can to represent as many Aggies as we possibly can. I just really think that Senate does a great job. And CR historically, I don't know, it's hard because of the way that it's kind of written in our code, and a lot of the things that CR is having to reach out with in the community with Bryan and College Station lots of times falls in a lot of other kind of committee umbrellas. So I'm really looking forward to being able to reach out to more people, whether it be in the broader sense of the Aggie community is what I'm really hoping to do with that. I hope that answers your question.
And with 1.5 minutes remaining, Senator Chunga Pizarro.
Senator Chunga Pizarro, Off-Campus Caucus. So as a community relations chair, you would have to be required to go to these city council meetings for Bryan and College Station. So can you let us know, those who would like to go to this meeting, when those meetings are and how many times a month the city council meets?
Yeah, 100%. I would, if I was to be elected chair, I would definitely let every single person in the committee know about when the city council meetings are coming up, which ones we can plan to attend. It was my goal to at least attend one College Station one and one Bryan one, because you are required to go to both, as well as outside of just the city council meetings themselves, having a personal meeting with, at least at one point, with each and every elected official. Again, no one knows really what's in store for the next semester, and I know that with COVID allowing and with our current situation allowing, I hope
Senator Oldag, I'm actually going to have to stop you here for a motion. Chair Ahmed, you'll be unmuted to make your motion.
Diversity and inclusion. I motion to extend the time of question and answer by 3 minutes.
Are there any seconds? Seeing multiple seconds as well as an objection, we will move on to a vote. The way that this vote will work to make it efficient is that we will use the raised hand feature. So in just a second, I'm going to ask that everybody lower their hands if they're not already. And then now, if you are in favor of extending the period of Q&A by 3 minutes, please raise your hand. All right, and if everyone will lower their hands, please. And now, if you are against extending the period of Q&A by 3 minutes, please raise your hand. All right, and if you'll please lower your hands by a vote of 18-6 and a lot of abstentions, we will extend the period of Q&A by 3 minutes, and we will go back. I believe Senator Oldag was in the middle of answering a question.
Right. So Senator Chunga asked me about basically attendance of city council meetings and if I would be including the committee members or anyone who wanted to attend. I'd be more than happy and willing to just let everyone know about when I would be attending those meetings, when those meetings are, and it actually was a personal goal of mine to at least have one personal meeting to kind of make those connections with all of the elected officials that I possibly could. So hope that answers your question.
Are there any other questions for the presenter? Senator Chunga-Pizarro.
Senator Chunga-Pizarro, Off-Campus Caucus. Senator Oldag, as someone who has lived in College Station for 16 years, I have noticed that Texas A&M will have mostly interacted with the cities of College Station, but they haven't interacted a lot with the city of Bryan. So what type of things are you going to do so you can reach out to the community and the people of Bryan, Texas?
That's a really great question, because I do think that it does deal a lot more with like the College Station side of things, seeing as Texas A&M is located in College Station. I think the best way to tackle this and kind of address that and making sure that I am including Bryan in on the conversation is just by talking to those elected officials, just meeting with them, attending their city council meetings as well, and making as many connections as I possibly can when myself and whoever else would be attending those city council meetings would go with me. And that's how I would plan on reaching out to and including Bryan as well.
And with 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining, Chair Ahmed.
Ahmed, Diversity and Inclusion, Hadi. So my question is a little bit of a two-parter. So you mentioned you put like the definition, like the responsibility straight from the code, And even though you said like you want to change that a little, the whole purpose of like the community and relations committee is to make sure we are having that connection with the community and making sure, because all of these, by attending these committee meetings, these city council meetings, that kind of thing, it's making sure that the Aggie community is aware of what's happening in the College Station and Bryan community, such as when they're doing construction on different parts of College Station, how that impacts the students. You're supposed to be the student voice for that. So I kind of want to ask, what are the things that you want to change? Because the role seems pretty direct in the code. And my second question is more of, since you were in the committee, have you like spoken to the previous chair and the previous chairs besides that to get a better understanding of the role? As you said, you have a working idea of the responsibilities.
Yeah, so I'll answer your second question first, and then I might have to come back and ask you to repeat the first question again, just so I can make sure I'm addressing it as well as I possibly can. I did reach out with the chair of the previous CR committee, and I talked a lot with him. Before I decided to run, I reached out to him and just got as much information as I possibly could, because I think even when you're serving on a committee and seeing what it entails, there may be a lot of things to a chair position that you may not realize the extra work that goes into behind the scenes. I talked a lot with him about points of continuity and things that I would want to carry forward, and he was really helpful. And so I have reached out to the previous CR chairs. That also being said,
and Senator Oldag, seeing as the time of Q&A has expired, if you would finish your last sentence.
I guess just that it was something that I did, and it is, yeah, sorry, I don't know how to finish my sentence. Lost my train of thought.
I apologize. That does conclude our time of Q&A. And so with that, Senator Oldag, if you wouldn't mind going ahead and leaving the Zoom call and then joining back in to wait in that waiting room. And Senator Hernandez, are you with us?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay. All right, Senator Hernandez, I do believe that you have elected to show a video via the Drive. Is that correct?
Yes.
Awesome. So I'll give you 30 seconds here to kind of introduce your presentation, and then we'll get that started.
Hi guys, thank y'all for giving me your attention. Attached is basically a video that they'll be playing, just me talking over the presentation. And then if y'all could follow along with the PowerPoint, because visual aids are usually nice, just follow along with that, and what I'm saying will coincide with that. And just please give it your attention and consideration. That's all I ask. Thank you.
All right, Pro Tem Spur.
Awesome.
Howdy, Senate. My name is Alexia Hernandez. I am from Houston, Texas, born and raised. I am an international studies, politics, and diplomacy major, and I am the loudest and the proudest member of the Fightin' Texas Aggie class of 2022. And since it's pullout day, whoop! That's really fun to do. So today I'm running for the community relations chair, and I understand it's a little bit ambitious considering I am a new senator. However, I've had a lot of experience in my life that has helped prepare me for this position, and I am really passionate about being involved in the community and representing, you know, the student body in the community. So I just hope that by the end of this video, you get to see the passion that I have and the stuff I bring to the table when it comes to electing me to this position. So I just want to kind of give you a little background about me, kind of my history with community relations. I can remember a time when I was in 5th grade, I think, and I was about 10 years old, and I actually got my first taste of community awareness and betterment by organizing my own food drive. So it was like me and 2 of my other friends, and we weren't sponsored by any teachers, we weren't sponsored by any organizations, it was just us, and we were like, hey, you know what? There's a lot of kids in our school that did have food insecurity, and at times I actually did have times of food insecurity in my life as well. And so we were like, let's organize this food drive and give it to the local food bank because some people really need it. And so we actually, for a few weeks, went around to a bunch of different classrooms, and it was like ranging from like kindergarten to 5th grade. So you have like little like 4-year-olds, 5-year-olds, like bringing their cans, giving it to us to like have a sense of, community service. And I thought that was really important to instill in especially younger children. Looking back on it now, I think that was really cool that we did that. And so that's kind of my first taste of community relations and giving back to the community. And then in middle school, I actually volunteered for the Houston Food Bank, and I brought a lot of my friends too. We were all kind of volunteering together, making it more of a fun thing so we can all go more and more and help out more and more. In high school, I served on a number of committees. So one of the committees that I served on was the Student Advisory Committee, and we actually had meetings with the school principal and the district superintendent about some issues that were kind of complaints or issues that were known by the student body to happen. So like one example, there is an issue or a complaint that people were walking to their cars at night, after band practice or something, and the lights weren't on. It was pitch black, and so we got that taken care of. After I graduated high school, I actually went to Panama for 6 weeks to volunteer in a small community on a community public health project. Basically my role, I didn't know any Spanish at all, but I actually ended up learning there. So there's a huge language barrier, but even with the language barrier, people could see that I was really passionate. People could see that I really wanted them to come out to this meeting. And our job was to organize a meeting between all the community members in order for them to decide what kind of project they wanted to do. And we actually ended up, they ended up deciding on a project that we helped out in as well, me and my partner that were volunteering there, to have a community water tank. And the water tank was basically for when people would visit the community house, which is kind of like a clubhouse or of some sort, like in a neighborhood, people would be able to wash their hands and use the restroom because there wasn't really any plumbing there. And so by having a water tank, it would rain all the time in Panama, and they'd basically use the rainwater to use as, to wash their hands and to flush the toilet, which is really, really cool. I got to interact with a lot of different people, and even though I barely spoke the language, I made a lot of good friends over there. Coming to college, I've been involved in a number of leadership positions. Right now, I'm in the SGA Diversity Commission. Lily Piper heads that. She's the diversity commissioner, and she is honestly so awesome. She is such an inspiration for what a good leader looks like. We actually helped put together, we were the hosts of the SGA Student Body President Diversity Panel. I was the one reading the questions and she was facilitating, so that was really fun to do. I'm also an intern with AFSCME, which is a trade union, basically, that is the largest trade union in America for public workers, so like city workers, things of that sort, sanitation workers. And I do research for them. And I have another internship lined up for this summer where it's basically a political organizing, field organizing internship where all basically doing is be talking to community members about volunteering for a political campaign, volunteering, to make phone calls or to come out to events. And basically I'll just be heading a lot of that in my campaign. Right now I am working 2 jobs as an essential worker. Right now I am a delivery driver for Pizza Hut, and I work at the Daiquiri Barn off Wellborn. So I know how to talk to people. I talk to so many people every single day, and at Daiquiri Barn, we actually work for tips. So I definitely have to know how to talk to people and in a really gracious, in a really friendly way. And I've met a lot of good people, in the community. We have regulars there at Daiquiri Barn. So I've been honestly getting to know this community really, really well, especially the Bryan area as well. I also have a really good family friend here who is very involved with the local government in Bryan and in College Station. And since community relations does deal with kind of not only just external affairs with the community outside of A&M, but local governments with Bryan and College Station, it's really important that I do have this contact. I call him Uncle Bobby because he's a really close family friend. He is actually the owner of the House of Tires off of Texas in Bryan. So he owns that. His family's owned that for decades now. He's on the Bryan Business Council. He's on the board of directors of the BCS Chamber of Commerce, Research Valley Partnership. He's also on the Planning and Zoning Commission as well. And so he's a really important resource that I've, sat down with and talked about just local politics and things that do affect students and things that affect not only just students, but the whole community as a whole. most recently, what they were having a meeting about was there was a whole debacle with like property taxes, and usually businesses have split payments where they pay one payment of property taxes one part of the year and one of another, but there is some kind of thing where they wanted it to be a lump sum and people are not happy about that. And so I actually watched that live stream of them voting on that, and luckily they did vote against having it just as one lump sum, because some businesses are seasonal and some businesses can't afford just a lump sum of property taxes, so they have that split payment. So things like that really interest me. Things like that does affect the community really interest me, and I do spend my free time going and looking at stuff like that, even if it doesn't affect students, but especially if it does affect students. I'm sure some of you are wondering, have you reached out to the past chair? I actually have, and Gilberto was really nice on the phone, and he basically said that a lot of his role was going and sitting in on these council meetings. There was an initiative that he said that people were trying to get past, kind of the homeowners association, sometime last year, where they're trying to ban, they're trying to put a limit on how many students can live under one household, which I think is, you know, ridiculous, especially for a lot of people who can't really afford to live by themselves. And so that's something that also like concerns students, and that's something that the community affairs chair would be advocating for. That's something that I would absolutely be advocating against, especially since a lot of us are not, we're very self-sufficient. I work 2 jobs and I pay my own rent, you know, and I live with other people, so I can't afford to live by myself if there's that sort of restriction. Basically my plans for the future, if I was to be elected chair, I do want to make sure that I go to these meetings. I do know what's going on in the community very well, and that I present it to the student body in a way that's easy to read, that doesn't take that much time, and that keeps them informed, because I feel like an informed student body is a powerful student body. If there are things that are happening legislatively in, say, the city of College Station or the city of Bryan that is affecting students, such as something like the homeowners association trying to do that cap on a number of students in a household, that is something that we need to know about. And I'm sure that's something that a lot of students don't know about. And so I feel like it would be good for me to compile that information and give it to students to you know, vote with what they think is best, because that is something that affects all of us. And I feel like that students should definitely be a lot more aware of what's going on. I really want to be an integral part in that. I really want there to be reports from me coming to these organizations and councils and reporting back to the student body saying, hey, this is what's going on. And so I'm really passionate about community relations. I'm really passionate about giving back to the community. I'm really passionate about being aware of what's going on in our community. And I honestly think that I am the best fit for the community relations chair. If you have any questions, please feel free to let me know. I would be very happy to answer any questions that you have. Yeah, and thank you very much for listening to me. I know it's a really long 10 minutes, so I really appreciate your time and your attention and listening to me. Thank you. Thanks, and Giga.
Howdy, my name is Lily Piper and I am currently serving as the Diversity Commissioner. I have gotten to know Alexia very well through the past year as she has been on the Diversity Commission. Throughout this time, I have been able to witness firsthand the personality traits, work ethic, and drive that I believe will make Alexia a fantastic community relations chair. Alexia possesses many key traits that I think make her an ideal candidate for this position. She is extremely dependable, hardworking, and outgoing. I think Alexia is probably one of the most hardworking people I have ever met. She's always willing to rise to the demands of a situation and goes above and beyond to ensure that things are done and that they are done well. She is a strong, kind leader who is able to effectively communicate with a variety of individuals. Alexia has been an active leader within the Diversity Commission and has worked with many individuals in a professional capacity. She's been able to form and maintain close relationships with many individuals across campus. Her ability to effectively balance professionalism, outspokenness, and drive is unparalleled and will be of great benefit to the Community Relations Committee. I believe these traits will greatly help in her future communication and legislative work, both with community members and local governmental entities. While this is her first year in Senate, Alexia has been involved in a variety of other things that I believe have prepared her for this role. She's the Secretary and Treasurer for the Political Discussion and Debate Club, a member of SLOPE, Sophomores Leading on Promoting Equality, and was a member of the Internal Affairs Association. Along with her involvement in the Diversity Commission, I believe Alexia is well prepared to handle the responsibilities of this role. She is passionate about advocacy, community relations, and outreach, and has extensive involvement to support her passions. Such involvement will be of great benefit to the Community Relations Committee. All in all, I am confident that Alexia will be a fantastic Community Relations Chair. She will diligently navigate the responsibilities of this position and will lead the committee to cultivate effective change for students and community members.
And with that, Senator Hernandez, if you'd like to go ahead and close up your presentation, I'll give you about 30 seconds here.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to say thank you to everyone who listened to all of that. I know it's a really long 15 minutes. But yeah, I'm really passionate about this position. I've been involved in my community, both at home and abroad, for a really long time, and the community here. And I would just love if you would just give me your consideration and see the passion and drive that I have for this position. Thank you.
And with that, the presenter is open for questions. Again, if you do have any questions, please make use of that raised hand tool. We'll begin with Senator Allen. Senator Allen, you'll be unmuted and able to ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senator Allen, Mays Caucus. You talked a lot about things that you've done in high school and before that, but very little, if any, about stuff that you've done in college. What have you done during your time here at A&M that prepared you for this role, since it is a difficult role, especially as a new senator?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad you asked that question. Basically, why I tried to give a timeline of my life so it didn't seem like I was just getting involved, like coming to college to build my resume, but that I'm actually really passionate about this, and I'm really passionate about like building community, because I grew up in a really tight-knit community in Houston. And so I just kind of wanted to give a timeline that like, hey, like this is something that this isn't new to me, you know what I mean? But to answer your question, yeah, I've done a lot in college. Like I mentioned, I am in the Diversity Commission, and I did help host the Student Body President Diversity Panel, and help set that up. I'm also working right now in the Diversity Commission on research to better diversity practices in SGA, and I'm directly involved in that. I also volunteer my time at the Aggieland Humane Society when it was open. I can't do it now because risks, but yeah, so I like to give back in my community that way. Right now, I'm actually in a mutual aid fund, grocery delivery during coronavirus, where we basically have low-income applicants say that they need certain things like, you know, bread, beans, that kind of stuff. And I actually go to the grocery stores and I shop for them, wearing protective gear, all of that, and I deliver it to their door completely free of charge. That's just some of the things that I'm currently doing now. I'm also involved in a variety of other things like Hispanic President's Council and things of that sort. But thank you for asking.
Thank you.
Chair Teague.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chair Teague, Finance. Senator Hernandez, besides your volunteer opportunities or your volunteer involvement within the community, what steps have you taken or do you plan to take to overcome the inexperience that you have?
I actually don't think I have much inexperience. I mean, it just depends on what you say inexperience. In the chair role and in a committee role, absolutely. But I do think my real life experience absolutely does matter. It does matter that I have interacted with so many people in so many different communities. I think that's super essential because especially when I was interacting with people who didn't, you know, speak my language, it was super hard to try to get them to come on my side or get them to see what I see literally because we didn't speak the same language. And so I feel that my past experience really does help me in this role. It may not be the most conventional experience, but it definitely is experience and it definitely has exposed me to a lot of different people. Like I also mentioned in the presentation, I am also connected already in the Bryan-College Station area as well with a few contacts as well that I've already sat down and talked about local government to them as well.
Senator Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senator Hernandez, this Senate has already made clear that we like to see people who can be completely involved and always present. When we hear that you work 2 jobs, which is very admirable, how can we be sure that you're always going to be there and there won't be a conflict?
So I only actually plan to work 2 jobs during this semester and this summer. Usually what I do is I take kind of like a semester off of working, which I've done in the past, I think 2 times, and then I'll take a semester on. So like right now I'm working 2 jobs and trying to save up money so I can have enough money to last me the entire year so that I can focus on my studies come fall. And on my leadership responsibilities, because right now I don't have many leadership responsibilities. That's why I do work, so I can get that money so I can pay rent. But come fall, I do have money saved up, and I don't have to have, I don't have to have 2 jobs at that point. This is something that I am absolutely prepared to time allocate for. My schedule is very meeting friendly. It's very condensed. And if you talk to anybody else that I've been involved in, or their diversity commissioner especially, I've always been able to make almost every single meeting, and if I didn't, it was because for a very valid reason.
Thank you.
Chair Feldman.
Chair Feldman, Legislative Relations. So given that this position is very much outreach based, how would you increase participation from the student body, and what qualifications would you say has helped you to serve as a liaison with things like between things like the Bryan College Station city councils?
Absolutely. So I actually think that social media is an incredibly powerful tool. I'm pretty active on it, and I found that any message that I've ever put on social media, if directed to the right people, has gotten tremendously enough viewership and things of that sort. That's what we utilize to promote the SBP diversity panel, and we got a pretty good turnout as well. So I honestly think increasing social media
And
viewership.
Senator Hernandez, seeing as that does conclude the time, if you would please finish your last sentences.
Yeah, and also I do have connections in the Bryan College Station government, and I do know how some of that works and when they meet and where they meet as well.
Thank you.
And with that, that will conclude our Q&A. After our Q&A is now finished, we will move into a period of debate. So Senator Hernandez, if you would please go ahead and leave and then rejoin the Zoom to wait in that waiting room.
All right, thank you.
And with that, we will now begin a period of debate. Once again, please do not refer to senators by their name, rather by their candidate number. Candidate 1 will be Senator Oldag, and candidate 2 will be Senator Hernandez. Again, this will be a 5-minute period of debate going back and forth with 45-second periods for each candidate. To begin, we'll start debate for candidate 1. Do I see any debate for candidate 1? Again, if so, please raise your hand. Chair Teague, you have the floor and debate for candidate 1.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chair Teague, Finance. I'd just like to speak very briefly about the choice we have before us. I think it's a pretty obvious one. I think I think that candidate number 1 combines both the experience and the know-how to create actionable change within the Community Relations Committee. That being said, I yield my time to Senator Harlan.
Senator Harlan, you have the floor and debate. Senator Harlan, I am seeing that you're unmuted. I don't know if the audio is not working or... Senator Harlan, unfortunately, we can't hear you. The Zoom is showing me you're unmuted. If you wouldn't mind, maybe leaving Zoom and coming back, and then debating in a later round. And with that, that will conclude our period of debate for candidate 1, and we'll move on to period of debate for candidate 2. Do I see any debate for candidate 2? Senator Chungo Pizarro, you have the floor and debate for candidate 2.
Senator Chunga Pizarro, off-campus caucus. Candidate 2's, what some senators have said about candidates 2 inexperience, to me feels like something that shouldn't be considered in. She has a lot of community experience, even though she wasn't in SGA. That doesn't diminish any of her life experience or any of her experience that she has had at Texas A&M. So saying that she is inexperienced because she hasn't been involved in specifically Student Senate, because she has been involved in SGA as diversity, being a part of the diversity commissioner, that should be something that we should pay attention to. Not everyone has the opportunity to be involved in SGA all the time.
Time has run out on debate for candidate 2. That will conclude that period of debate. We'll move into round 2, beginning with debate for candidate 1. Do I see any debate for candidate 1? Senator Smith, you muted to begin debate for candidate 1.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to be brief. I want to try to give Senator Harlan some time. I do want to talk about candidate 1 here. I have seen this candidate in action. I have seen her participate in the community here as well as in her community at home. I've known her for a number of years. In this case, she is the experienced candidate. She is the candidate who gave us a real plan for the next year. And I encourage us all to be the old Army and to elect an old ag. With that, I yield the remainder of my time to Senator Harlan.
Senator Harlan, off-campus caucus. I'm so thankful I figured out my mute option, but I'm going to keep this short, and similar to Tyler or Senator Smith, we have to go with the old ag. I've worked with her before. She has the maturity.
And if you would refrain from using senators' names, instead using candidate 1 or 2.
I have seen candidate 1 in action, and I have seen that she has the maturity to execute the abilities and responsibilities of this committee. As well as this, I have seen her work with adults. And
that is time. If you would please conclude your final sentence.
She's very professional, and she knows what she's talking about. I yield to the floor.
With that, the floor has been yielded to, and we will move into a period of debate for candidate 2. Is there any debate for candidate 2? Chair Ahmed, you have the floor and debate for candidate 2.
Chair Ahmed, Diversity and Inclusion. From the way candidate 2 has presented herself, she clearly demonstrates that she's really passionate and driven for this role. And as it's already been established, this is a committee that hasn't been as active. And I believe that she is a candidate that can help revive that. She really does care about her community. She's going to be in like a fellowship that is all about community organization. And I feel like she has already mentioned some contacts that she's interested in talking to, and she already shows great interest in the community of College Station and Bryan, and that's exactly what we need. That passion and that drive is what we need for this position. So I truly believe that candidate 2 can be a very great addition to our IA and a very great addition for this role due to how much she cares about it. I yield my time to Senator Chunga Pizarro.
Senator Chunga Pizarro, off-campus caucus. I would like to speak to the Senate as someone who has lived in College Station for 16 years.
As that is time, I know you just got the floor, but if you'd please finish out your sentence.
As a community member for 16 years, as a family business owner, and as someone who has worked alongside candidate 2, I believe she has the abilities to fulfill this role.
And with that, that does conclude our second round of debate, and we'll move into our third and final round of debate, beginning with debate for candidate 1. Is there any debate for candidate 1 at this time? Senator Killen, you have the floor and debate for candidate 1.
Howdy, Senator Killen, off-campus caucus. When we're watching these presentations over Zoom, sometimes it's difficult to separate candidates. I believe that both candidates have good ideas, but I would like to testify for how I personally know candidate 1 has the experience. And if I'm looking at ideas, I want to go with the candidate that has experience. So I encourage Senate to go with the candidate that has the experience and the measurable progress. I yield my time to Senator Elbel.
Senator Abel, you have the floor in debate.
Yeah, I've had a lot of experience with candidate number one flew through a flow, and just seeing.
It looks like we might have lost Senator Elbel. That does conclude the period of debate as the clock had just run out as he began to speak. And so with that, we will now move on to the final debate for candidate two, beginning with Senator Marufo.
Senator Marufo, Liberal Arts Caucus, candidate two, has showed that like she has passion for the community. She's already told us that she's working two like full-time jobs. She's also doing school, which like can be hard to like juggle at the same time, but she's also giving back to the community. She's also donating her time, as she said, delivering these products to people who are in the community who feel unsafe going outside and stuff, especially with the current situation with COVID-19, and she works with food drives. Like she has shown that she wants to give back to the community, not only to bridge the gap between Texas A&M's physical campus and College Station and Bryan, because there is that disconnect. Like if you've ever just drove through College Station going into Bryan, you can see the clear kind of differences between the two cities, and like she seems like a perfect candidate to try and bridge that kind of that gap, and like to get more students involved in giving back to our community, because it's really important. I'd like to yield my time to Senator Chango Pizarro. I don't know who was the hand was up
So
first.
unfortunately, the debate period has run out of time. So we will go ahead and conclude our final debate period. And with that, it does conclude our entire round of debate. With that, we'll move into a period of voting. Pro Tem Spur, if you would please go ahead and open up the sheet. The voting sheet will be posted in the Slack, as well as it can be found in the drive or on the agenda for tonight. If you have any trouble finding that or making that work, please let us know in the chat.
Y'all have till 9:04 until the form closes. Maybe just a few more seconds. Also, I'm going to take this time to say if y'all are sending me private messages via Zoom, I can't see them because I am sharing screen. So if you have something to communicate with me, please message me via Slack. And with that, we're going to close the form and give us a moment to tally.
In the meantime, I'll go ahead and bring Senator Oldag and Hernandez back in for the announcement. And Senator Hernandez, Senator Oldag, welcome back. We are tallying the vote and we'll announce the result in just a second.
All right, guys, with a vote of 28 for candidate 1, 25 for candidate 2, and 3 abstaining, Carly Oldag is our new community relations chair.
Congratulations, Chair Oldag. I will unmute Chief Justice Chopra for the swearing in. Chief Justice Chopra, I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you. All right, are you ready?
Yes.
All right, please raise your right hand. I state your name.
I, Carly Oldag,
Do solemnly swear to faithfully execute to the best of my ability
do solemnly swear to faithfully execute to the best of my ability
the duties of the office of State Your Office
the duties of Community Relations Chair
for the Texas A&M University Student Government Association,
and the Texas A&M University Student Government Association,
to uphold the honor of the same
to uphold the honor of the same
at all times, to protect the welfare of the student body,
at all times, to protect the welfare of the student body,
and to promote good relations between the students and those concerned with the university.
and to promote good relations with the students and those concerned with the university.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And congratulations, Chair Oldag. With that, we will now move into a period of electing our final chair for the session, the Student Services Chair. With that, we'll begin with a period of nominations. Do I see any nominations at this time? Chair Jeffress.
I nominate Senator Said.
Senator Said, do you accept?
I accept the nomination.
Do I see any other nominations at this time? Seeing no other nominations, that will conclude our nomination period, and we will move on into a period of nominations. Seeing as this is an uncontested race, the period of debate will be limited to 5 minutes. That can be split up between a presentation as well as character witness. Senator Said, I'll unmute you and you can let us know how you'd like to use that.
Howdy, Senator Said. I put a lot of work and effort into a full 15-minute presentation because I expected to have a contested race.
Senator Said, I will actually be stopping you here for a point of information. Chair Teague, you'll be unmuted here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chair Teague, Finance. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if this should be addressed to you or the pro tem. I just was wondering what the exact length of Senator Syed's presentations were combined.
Pro Tem Spur, if you wouldn't mind answering that.
Yeah, give me just 1 second to check. It looks like it's about 13 minutes in the totality.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and we do have a motion from Chair Feldman. Chair Feldman, you'll be unmuted and recognized.
Chair Feldman, Legislative Relations. I motion to limit the period of presentation to 13 minutes.
Seeing a second, are there any objections? Seeing no objections, we do move by general consent to extend the period of debate to be a full 13 minutes. With that, Senator Said, I'll give you 30 seconds or so to introduce your presentation, and then we'll play the videos.
Okay, howdy, my name is Fawaz, or Senator Said. I have a presentation on the Google Slides, and I really hope that y'all open it up and view it. I know that Pro Tem Spur will be showing my video, but the presentation also offers a lot of information that I think can be helpful to what Student Services and Senate could also be. Thank you.
Pro Tem Spur, I'll hand it over to you.
Perfect.
Howdy, Senate.
My name is Fawaz Syed, and I'm a computer science major from Coppell, Texas. But most importantly, I am the loudest and proudest member of the Fight in Texas Aggie class of 2023. Today, I am here to prove my worthiness to serve as our Senate's Student Services Chair. Before we continue, if you have not already, please pull up my presentation to follow along. I promise you that in less than 8 minutes, I can change your view on how our Senate can reach its full potential through student services. I have seen the number of viewers for our past presentations to be around 15 senators, and we can do better than that. So a little bit about me. This is my first term in Senate, serving in the Engineering Caucus. I intend on majoring in computer science with a minor in business. I come from a little suburb of Dallas called Coppell, but my home is right here in Aggie land. And my favorite Aggie tradition by far is Silver Taps. I have participated in Computing Society and TAMU Hack, and my passions lie in videography, aviation, traveling, and cooking. Moving on, my first year here at Texas A&M, I fell truly in love with the Aggie spirit. And when I say that, I am not talking about our bus services. I felt a need to give back to this school and served as TAMU 23's freshman class president. In this capacity, I worked with my class officer team to coordinate class events and surpass the expectations of class councils by planning effective fundraisers. We were able to bring in around $12,000 in less than 5 months towards our class gift fund, raising significantly more than the past 5 freshman classes. When I began directing our Flow Fish Council's meetings, I worked to gather input from members to improve them week by week. Lastly, I coordinated at TAMU Class of 23 social media during the school year and the breaks to continuously promote class unity, gathering a record number of 4,000 followers. On the next slide, you will see that I also run a website, tamufawaz.com, which is simply a portal for Aggies to stay informed. While it currently displays information for our class of 23, I plan to expand its platform to further my accountability to my constituents and the Senate as a senator. My next slide displays the many ways I've been preparing for this role. To understand what our past SGA was, I spoke with various leadership from the past executive branch, 72nd Senate leadership and senators, 73rd Senate leadership and senators, as well as the past 4 chairs of student services and the previous and current student body president. They all provided me valuable insight to envision what our SGA can be. I noticed an issue that there has not been a simple way to look through all of our student services related legislature, so I compiled all the Senate resolutions, bills, and acts related to student services from the past 8 sessions into a link accessible to everyone, tx.ag/SS archives summary. And trying to think outside of our box, I explored the accomplishments of student senates around the country to see what we can realistically and effectively carry out here at Texas A&M. With that being said, this research helped me come up with various goals, starting with 4 main committee goals shown on the next slide. First, I want to encourage the continuity of projects by seeing through the completion of ideas put forward by previous sessions, from the period project to addressing the needs of student parents. Secondly, I hope to mold not only a strong, but the strongest and motivated committee within our Senate, starting by including committee members in meetings with administration and university committees. My third goal is to focus on creating an environment of healthy debate, to encourage new ideas to be put up that are actionable bills by actively pushing senators to put forth their own initiatives. And my last committee goal is to carry out the mission of our legislature to its full capacity by creating a system of contacts for all student services related administration and employees so that senators have a simple way to contact the right people to get a job done. On the following slide, you'll see that I've begun thinking outside of the committee, and I have developed some Senate goals as a part of IA. First, I recognize that we can accomplish much more when we work together, so I aim to create a relationship with every member of Senate and our SGA leadership. Second, we need to get out of our Senate bubble, so I aim to create programs that put our SGA's name out to the students as an effective and influential organization. Lastly, we need to improve overall accountability, so I aim to work with Senate leadership to create a system through which our constituents can see how we vote on legislation and what we have individually accomplished throughout the session. Continuing on, this all adds up to one thing. the vision I have for myself, student services, and even the Senate as a whole. A tangible impact. What does this include though? Over the next 4 slides, I have various goals split into 4 main topics: student transportation, health, safety, and other projects. These are further broken down into short-term goals that I strive to accomplish within 1 session, long-term goals that require planning and patience to execute over the next couple of years, and goals for beyond our time here at Texas A&M that we can get the wheels rolling on and build a foundation for those sessions after us. Due to my limited time, I will dive into 2 goals from each topic. So on the next slide, we have student transportation, where I plan to work with the Transportation Services Committee and A&M Transportation Services to change the name of a bus route to Gaines in order to honor Matthew Gaines and bring light to the Matthew Gaines Initiative for students who may have still not heard his name before. In addition, I was shocked to learn that we do not already have this, so I want to work with A&M Transportation to create a system of student input for parking, road, and street light repairs and improvements. And on the next slide, we have student health. I hope to put SGA's name out to the student body by hosting A&M's first Lifestyle Expo in the center of campus at Rudder Plaza, and this includes partnering with organizations across campus such as Student Services, CAPS, the A&M Health Department, Butyl, and A&M Gardens. I also want to emphasize the Senate's commitment and seeing through of the Period Project, an initiative that began in the 71st session to provide free menstrual products and bathrooms across campus. We can move on to the next slide now regarding student safety. In my research, I learned that there is a forgotten Senate Act that requires senators to receive Green Dot certification, a valuable learning experience on bystander intervention. We as senators should be held to a higher standard, and this is one way we can help diffuse any potential situations that might arise on campus. I also want to follow LSU's SGA's lead in creating an off-campus SGA-sponsored student housing safety certification. By working with our local police departments and housing sites, we can provide them with this safety certificate if they meet certain safety guidelines. And on the final slide of goals, we have some other projects. This includes working to expand Career Closet to include the borrowing of graduation caps and gowns for students with financial aid that might not have the resources to buy them for that special day. I have also noticed a disconnect between student body representation and class representation, and I hope that I can use my knowledge of both organizations to begin improving the relationship between SGA and class councils. Lastly, please take a couple of minutes to read through my letters of recommendations, which I was honored to receive from our 71st Session Student Services Chair, Ashali Chimada, as well as various other Senate leaders. And next up is my character witness by our amazing SGA VP of Communications and Junior Class President-elect, Natalie Parks. I look forward to hearing y'all's questions, and as always, thanks and gig 'em.
Howdy, Ags. My name is Natalie Parks, and I've had the absolute honor and pleasure of having been able to serve as the Vice President of Communication for the Student Government Association's Executive Cabinet. I was able to serve throughout this past year, and although that role has unfortunately come to an end, I am super excited to be stepping into the role of Junior Class President of the Class of 2022. This is how I actually was able to be introduced to Fawaz Syed, who is running to be the next Student Services Chair of the 73rd session of the Texas A&M Student Senate. I want to tell y'all a little bit about why Fawaz is an exceptional candidate for this position, and as far as I'm concerned, the absolute best person for the job. So I have a couple of adjectives that I would use to describe Fawaz. They would be persistent, inspiring, and spirited. Fawaz is persistent because he will not allow anything to stand in his way. When faced with a challenge, he will find the most creative solution to overcome it. I guarantee you that if he hits any sort of roadblock in his role as the Student Services Chair, he will let nothing come in his way of accomplishing his goals. To me, that's a very admirable quality because he's a person that absolutely does not give up, even when faced with adversity and complex challenges that to most individuals would be too difficult to solve or try to tackle. And Fawaz has proved time and time again that he excels in situations that push him forward and help push others forward to create positive change. Fawaz is inspiring. He stepped into the position of freshman class president and didn't know exactly how the role was run, but he took it, he ran with it, and he made it into something that has been more successful than I would argue any class president has been in a very long time. He did so well in his role as class president that not only was he reelected for this upcoming year, so I would be able to have the pleasure of working with him, but he actually set a precedence and an example for how I want to go forward with this role of class president. He took this opportunity and he shaped it into something that not only myself but others will be following for years to come. Fawaz is spirited. I have never met anybody with as much joy for selflessly serving others than Fawaz Syed. Not only is that his Aggie core value that he most identifies with, but it is absolutely apparent to everybody that the things that he does are not for himself. He works to benefit the university. He puts dedication and hard work into not only his schoolwork, but his initiatives for creating positive change and fostering unity within the class of 2023. He never gives up, as I mentioned before, and he has so much joy for doing the things that he does, which is why he's so spirited. And it's honestly something that I wish that I could be more of, and every single time that we talk, he motivates me to follow my goals and to overcome challenges and to make the most out of the opportunities that I've been given. This is how Fawaz lives his life on the daily, and he inspires me to no end. As I mentioned before, Fawaz is one of the most passionate individuals that I've ever had the pleasure to meet, and if you know anything about me, you know that I choose to surround myself with passionate people. His passion for creating change and going forward into a positive future is something that will help him to accomplish all of his goals as a member of IA and as student services chair and just as a senator in general. Not only will Fawaz continue to perform as an incredible class president, he has proved to be one of my favorite people, one of my greatest friends and confidants, and he is going to do amazing things as he steps into any sort of leadership position into the future. So I encourage y'all to put your trust and your faith and your vote into Fawaz Syed as the next Student Services Chair of the 73rd session of the Texas A&M Student Senate. Thanks so much for your time. Thanks and gig 'em.
And with that, Senator Said, I'll unmute you here if you want to go ahead and close up your presentation with a quick 30 seconds.
I'd like to thank you all for listening to both my presentation and character witness, as well as looking through my presentation. There are a lot of goals and visions on that presentation, but it's not going to be done by me alone. It's a vision that can be pushed forward by a whole student services committee, as well as any other senators who want to take part in any of those goals. I hope I was able to provide some ideas, some realistic expectations and initiatives that we can move forward in Senate.
And with that, the presenter is open for questions. If there are any questions at this time, please utilize the raised hand tool. Senator McCrossin.
Senator McCrossin on Campus Caucus. Senator Syed, can you please elaborate on how you intend to ensure the long-term goals you've stated will be documented for future sessions to carry out?
Absolutely. Thank you for that question. And I think it's really important. One issue that's common in SGAs throughout the nation is just the high turnover rate that happens because no one can be here for more than 4 years. And so some things in the university take a lot longer than that. My goal is, and I've already started working on a big student services folder, which has all of these goals listed out as well as documents for all of them. And so I want to make sure that this keeps getting passed down throughout each student services committees, and that it offers an opportunity for the next student services chairs and the next student services committee to have that foundation to continue growing on what's already been done.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Martin.
Senator Martin, Liberal Arts Caucus. Senator Syed,
a little question. So in regards, you spoke about to transportation, you spoke about that. This has been obviously a big issue on A&M's campus, especially when I was campaigning for this position. A lot of people, my constituents, were talking about transportation. What are some policy proposals in specific that you would do to change the transportation system and get it running to the best it could possibly be?
Thank you, Senator Martin, for that question. So the thing about transportation is that I don't want to come in here with unrealistic expectations. Talking with our previous student services chairs, transportation has limited budgets. So what we have to do as a Senate is work to address what students want and look at the long-term goals of transportation and add those into their long-term goals. One of those things is definitely, if you look at Texas Tech and some other schools, their version of carpool is called Rate-A-Ride, and it's funded through student transportation fees. And they have an app that can be used for that, and it's a lot more convenient and easily accessible. In the past year, for example, there have been unfortunately some high-profile cases of drunk driving related accidents. And I think that's an area that A&M can really step up on and possibly look at the long term of funding through our student transportation fees. Obviously, that can't be done in a single year, but it is something that I think A&M needs to move forward on. There's also little things that we can look at that can easily be done by pushing forward it through Senate. For example, the Gaines bus route. Matthew Gaines, the Matthew Gaines Initiative is a huge initiative to get the recognition of Matthew Gaines and his efforts of Texas on the creation of Texas A&M known to Aggies. And simply by getting a bus route named Gaines can be a really simple and easy way to basically put that name on everyone's A&M apps, put it up on bus routes, get it going throughout the school, and it become a more common name that people recognize what his work and his efforts were done for Texas A&M.
Senator Chenga Pizarro.
Senator Chenga Pizarro, Off-Campus Caucus. So from what I understand from Student Services Chair is that you want to provide Aggies with many of the services that we offer on campus. But some of these services aren't, they aren't put on display by the university, such as Aggies who identify as LGBTQ+, or who are undocumented or something like that. So for Aggies with those different traits, how are you going to make sure that they are involved, or you have the resources for them to be able to get the help that they need?
Thank you, Senator. I believe that's a really important question. I definitely think that making sure that everyone is they need is very important. I plan on working with Senator Ahmed extensively to make sure that we can meet those needs. In addition, in my research of looking back at our past resolutions and bills, there was one thing that Senate brought up, and that was to get wind chimes placed in certain areas of the school to help those people that have trouble hearing. And so I believe that's something we need to re-explore and get going. And there are little things that have been done but kind of forgotten about and not advocated throughout for the years that we can bring back to make sure that everyone is included. And we offer services for everyone. Thank you.
Are there any other questions for our presenter? Seeing none, that will conclude our period of question and answer. A feature that I was just made aware of within Zoom is that I can actually go ahead and put you in a waiting room. So Senator Said, I'm going to go ahead and do that. And with that, we'll now move into a period of debate. This period of debate will be structured differently, seeing as the race is uncontested. We'll begin with debate against and then move to debate for. Again, it will still be 45-second periods with 5 minutes total for the period of debate. With that, do I see any debate against? And seeing none, debate is one-sided, and that will conclude our period of debate. And we will move on to a period of voting. Pro Tem Spur will make that form available. Again, that is also on our meeting agenda. It was sent out as well as on the drive. and will be put in the Slack as well.
Sorry, we'll give y'all until about 9:31 to get your ballot in, maybe halfway through 9:31. All right, and we're going to go ahead and close that form. And give us just a second to tally up those responses. If Speaker McKee, if you want to let Senator Syed back in the room.
And Senator Said, welcome back to the room. We're tallying the responses and we'll announce the results in just a second.
All right, Senator Said, are you back in the room? Is he back in?
Yes,
I can only
he
see
is.
so many of y'all on my screen. Okay, with a vote of 42 for, 3 against, and 6 in abstention, Mr. Senator Said will be our new Student Services Chair.
Congratulations, Chair Said. Chief Justice Chopra, you are unmuted to swear him in.
Thank you. Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
All right, please raise your right hand. I state your name.
I, Fawaz Syed,
Do solemnly swear to faithfully execute to the best of my ability
do solemnly swear to faithfully execute to the best of my ability
the duties of the office, state your office,
the duties of the office of Chair of Student Services
for the Texas A&M University Student Government Association,
for the Texas A&M University Student Government Association,
to uphold the honor of the same,
to uphold the honor of the same,
at all times to protect the welfare of the student body,
at all times to protect the welfare of the student body,
and to promote good relations between the students and those concerned with the university.
and to promote good relations between the students and those concerned with the university.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Chair Syed. With that, we will now move into a period of executive cabinet confirmations, beginning with hearing of the vice presidential role of tradition enrichment. The candidate who we will be hearing from is Michael Riviera, and I will hand it to SBP Mendoza to introduce him.
Awesome. Well, howdy, Senate. SBP Mendoza. Thank you, Speaker McHugh, and everybody for having us out tonight again. I'm excited to start us off and congratulate everyone for tonight being elected as well. But I'm excited to start us off by introducing Michael. Michael is someone that I have no doubt can serve out this role to the best of his capabilities. If you're aware, this is only the second year this position has existed. The past SVP Gillette actually created it. And so he came in his interview with his own set of goals that I was excited to hear about, as well as the desire to serve out the capacities that we wanted to see, which is to expand it across campus and working with other partners in doing that. So I'm excited to share him with you, and I will introduce it and turn it over to him. Before I do, please reference his presentation and everyone else's as well. It's in the 73rd Google Drive under the Elections tab, under the Executive Cabinet Confirmations tab, and then under the Vice President of Tradition Enrichment folder. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, SBP Mendoza. Mr. Rivera, you are unmuted, and you'll have 5 minutes beginning at howdy.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members of the Senate.
As President Mendoza stated, if you could go ahead and follow along with that presentation. I'm definitely not going to be able to cover all of the points that I have prepared there. This would not be appropriate if I didn't start off with an Aggie introduction. My name is Michael Rivera. I am a sophomore biology major from Burnet, Texas. But more importantly, I am a loud and proud member of the Fighting Texas Aggie class of 2022, and on pull-out day, whoop! So I'd first like to start off with my experiences here at Texas A&M, and a lot of what I believe has helped kind of build my character. It's been my absolute honor and to serve as a member of Traditions Council in the Student Government Association this past year under Chairwoman Sarna. As many of you know, our goal in Traditions Council is to preserve and promote the traditions of Texas A&M through public engagements, both here on the Texas A&M campus, as well as throughout the great state of Texas. We also work on subcommittees to help enhance the facilitation of traditions. I was able to serve on Executive Member Wilson's Bonfire Remembrance Committee. We were able to make some fantastic progress with enhancing the experience for the families of the 12 that we lost 20 years ago this year. I also am a resident advisor for the Department of Residence Life. The main goal of that job is to facilitate group programming by addressing campus resources, communication, and leadership skills. I've also kind of used it as a way to educate my residents about the traditions of Texas A&M and really use it as a platform. And we've seen some absolutely tremendous progress, and probably one of my most proud moments really in life I experienced as a resident advisor, educating a large group of students on our traditions. Various other roles that I've served, Pledge Master Secretary among others in my service fraternity, Alpha Phi Omega. I've served in community councils, both as a professional co-advisor, serving as a liaison to the Department of Residence Life, and a director of community development. I'm an active member of the Texas A&M Pre-Medical Society, where we take part in community service and also develop peer connections with other Aggies pursuing careers in medicine. Additionally, I'm an undergraduate assistant and researcher at the Texas A&M University Health Science Center College of Medicine, Department of Neurology and Experimental Therapeutics, where I collaborate with other fellow researchers to understand stem cell applications. I want to talk about some of my visions and values for not only myself, but what I see for Texas A&M in the future through this position and with the aid of this cabinet and President Mendoza. Selfless service is truly what I believe I live by more than anything else. Prior to coming to Texas A&M, it was my goal to join military medicine. But after attending a muster in high school and having absolutely no idea what Texas A&M was, I knew that that was a family that I wanted to become a part of. And I saw how much they valued selfless service. Dedication and leadership are also areas that I have a lot of experience with. I've had a lot of leadership positions on campus, and I've really learned that being a horizontal leader truly can make a fantastic impact. Visions for this role as Vice President of Tradition Enrichment is understanding the dynamic between preserving the past and facilitating the growth of the future, and really making sure that those two things are meshing to preserve our rich history and continue to honor our values accordingly. I see an executive cabinet that works tirelessly for each other, for the Aggie family, which with my experience so far, I have no doubt that will happen. We have some truly wonderful experiences already with each other, and I cannot wait to join them. Goals, primarily exponential increase in outreach to the Aggie community. I think that's the absolute most important thing that we need to be doing. And we need to make sure that we're utilizing all groups in the Student Government Association, as well as groups outside of the Student Government Association, at least providing them the support and resources they need to facilitate on-campus awareness of our traditions and core values. Utilizing a panel like done in the past to facilitate joint organization campaigns, and getting more than one organization involved on their efforts and having them work together, and at least providing a platform to where they can do so, I believe is very crucial to developing more of a campus-wide initiative. Working with the Department of Residence Life is something that I don't think has been addressed yet or ever. We have such a large population of freshmen and first-time Aggies that live on campus. And the people that work for the Department of Residence Life, as I'm somewhat biased to them, have a great understanding of Texas A&M, and I believe that giving them outlets to, or at least the support and working on campaigns with them, we can really make a big difference for those students. Addressing Silver TAPS attendance is also very big.
Mr. Rivera, that does conclude the amount of time we have. If you would please finish your last sentence.
Absolutely. Addressing Silver TAPS attendance is certainly something that the president and myself have seen to be a large issue that we need to address, and so I'm excited to look at ways for which we can do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Absolutely. And with that, we will move on to a period of Q&A, beginning with Senator Marufo.
Senator Marufo, Liberal Arts Caucus. Howdy, Michael, I had a question about, I noticed that a lot of your focus is on campus awareness of Texas A&M traditions. I personally was one of those who came in not knowing much about Texas A&M traditions, much about the history or background. I learned to love the Aggie community through my first ever bonfire remembrance that I went to with the girls on my dorm floor. So I was very fortunate enough to have those figures in my dorm, because I lived on campus due to my scholarship. So I lived on campus my first year, so I was able to go to that, and that was my first dip in the pool of A&M traditions.
And Senator Marufo,
my question
is there a question there?
My question to you is, how would you focus on off-campus for those Aggies who may not have those RAs or have those people in their dormitories to push them towards those traditions?
Thank you, Senator, for that question. I think general outreach from groups such as Traditions Council, Muster Committee, IFC, the Corps of Cadets, I think they all have leaders that are very capable of creating outreach, especially Traditions Council. One of their main focuses is off-campus outreach. And so I think making sure that those organizations feel involved with SGA and that we offer them full support, I think is absolutely instrumental to achieving what you propose. Thank you for that question, Senator.
Senator Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senator Martin, Liberal Arts Caucus. So just to ask you a question about traditions. What's your favorite tradition? Obviously, you're running for this position. I'd like to know that. And second, me being a member of Company F2 and the Corps of Cadets, I've seen a lot of people coming into this university just in my time who haven't really known, like you were talking about, all those traditions and appreciate, that Aggie spirit. I was wondering, in what ways could you work with organizations like Corps of Cadets as well as other organizations to try and promote that Aggie spirit and those traditions, like maybe through Fish Camp or whatever else, but to keep that to keep those people engaged along with that? I was wanting to ask you what programs you could do to promote more tradition.
Sure. Well, thank you for that question, Senator Martin. My favorite tradition, and the tradition, like I had mentioned earlier, that got me here is Muster. That was really the first glimpse into Texas A&M and really kind of changed my entire life, to be honest with you. It was the first really sense of family that I felt at a university besides my own physical family. In terms of your second question, I think, as I had mentioned earlier, something like a tradition enrichment assembly where you can get leadership from the Corps of Cadets and all of the other leadership organizations on campus in the same place and have productive conversations on how we can do joint organization campaigns. Yeah. Working together on common goals. I think collaboration is truly the key to make a larger impact than we've already had.
And with 1 minute and 45 seconds remaining, Chair Syed.
Chair Syed, Engineering Caucus. Mr. Rivera, I agree with you that SGA could work better with other organizations that put on traditions as well. There is a lot of confusion within the student body of which organizations put on which traditions. So I have a two-part question. Would you be able to say off the top of your head which organizations put on which traditions, and how do you think that SGA could work specifically to increase campus engagement in traditions as that continues to decline?
Absolutely. The answer to your first question is yes. I've been involved with Traditions Council, as I had prior mentioned, and I have quite a bit of experience on what traditions are put on by different organizations on campus. If you can repeat your second question for me, I'm sorry.
How do you think SGA can specifically work to increase campus engagement and traditions as that continues to decline over the years?
Sure. Like I already mentioned, I think outreach and getting groups of leaders together is really important. And I can't emphasize enough how important that's going to be. Getting everyone in the same room, working on the same goals. At this time, I'm not in a position to finalize the means of collaboration in question. I think it's
Mr.
important.
Rivera, seeing a motion in the chat, I would like to recognize Senator Marufo.
Senator Marufo, Liberal Arts Caucus. I have a motion. I move to extend the period of question and answer by like 3 minutes. Is that too much? I don't know, but by 3 minutes.
Seeing a motion to extend the period of question and answer by 3 minutes, are there any seconds? Seeing multiple seconds, we will move by general consent to extend the period of question and answer by 3 minutes. Do I see any objections? Seeing multiple objections, we will look the same as it did last time. I will record the order of questions right now. We'll return to that. However, if those who have their hands up can go ahead and lower those. Now we'll go ahead and vote on the motion to extend the period of Q&A by 3 minutes. If you are in favor of extending that period of Q&A, please raise your hand. All right, go ahead and lower your hands. All those against increasing the period of debate of Q&A, by 3 minutes, please raise your hand. All right, you can lower your hands. And as the vote was 16 to 15 against increasing the period of question and answer, we will return to question and answer with 45 seconds on the clock. Mr. Rivera, I'll allow you to continue answering the question.
Thank you again, Chairman Said. I think it's important that I discuss with President Mendoza first and the rest of his cabinet before doing so and making those decisions and making sure that we have a solid answer and that we have solid foundations for how we're going to do that. Thank you for that question.
Chair Teague.
I yield my time to the floor.
Senator Marufo.
Senator Marufo, Liberal Arts Caucus. My question is, how would you tackle making traditions for on-campus, for all Aggies to be more inclusive? Like, for example, tackling the sexist underlying and the heteronormative underlyings of Midnight Yell when it comes to flicking the bit, and when it comes to like single people or like people who don't have a group to travel with, going at night to Kyle Field. Like, how do you tackle making those events safer for those who don't really know much about the traditions?
Mr. Rivera, seeing as the time is up, if you'd please take 2 sentences to answer the question.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the question, Senator. I think working with the Diversity Commissioner is absolutely instrumental in making sure that we are being inclusive of all Aggies. As this university is growing in size, we are also growing in diversity, and it's important we address all issues in regards to traditions.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. With that, that does conclude our period of question and answer, and we will move on to a period of debate. For this, I'm going to go ahead and move you to our waiting room, and then I'll bring you back in after debate and voting have commenced. And with that, we will move into a period of debate, beginning with debate against. If you'd like to debate, please make use of the raise hand tool that can be found by clicking the participants list and then clicking raise hand down at the bottom. Do I see any debate against? Seeing none, debate is one-sided, and that does conclude our period of debate. We'll now move on to a period of voting. Pro Tem Spur, if you please open up the form. Again, that form can be found on the agenda as well as the drive, as well as in the Slack. If you have any questions or need any help accessing that, please let us know in the chat or on Slack.
Yeah, so I'm going to give y'all until 9:52 to go ahead and cast your vote. So at 9:52, we will go ahead and close that ballot.
This is the Vice President of Tradition Enrichment ballot. Senator Gunya put it in the chat. If you want the exact names there, it's the VPTE ballot underneath elections, then Executive Cabinet confirmations, and then the Vice President of Tradition Enrichment.
All right, y'all have about 30 more seconds. All right, and we went ahead and closed that off. Give us just a few seconds to tally up those results. So it looks like we had a total of 43 in favor, 9 in abstention, and 3 against.
All right, with that, I will go ahead and bring him back in. And Mr. Rivera, do we have you back in?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Awesome. Well, it is my pleasure to let you know that you have been confirmed to serve as our next Vice President of Tradition Enrichment. Chief Justice Chopra, I hand him over to you to swear him in.
Thank you. You ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Alrighty. Please raise your right hand. I state your name.
I, Michael Rivera,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to faithfully execute to the best of my ability
to faithfully execute to the best of my ability
the duties of the office of state your office
the duties of the office of Vice President of Tradition Enrichment
for the Texas A&M University Student Government Association,
for the Texas A&M University Student Government Association,
to uphold the honor of the same
to uphold the honor of the same
at all times, to protect the welfare of the student body,
at all times, to protect the welfare of the student body,
and to promote good relations between the students and those concerned with the university.
and to promote good relations with the students and those concerned with the university.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Mr. Rivera. With that, we will now move on to considering the confirmation of Lily Piper to be the next Diversity Commissioner. SVP Mendoza, I will hand it over to you to introduce the candidate.
Wonderful. Thank you, Speaker McHugh. I appreciate it. So our next nominee is Lily Piper, like was mentioned. She is someone that I have gotten to work with indirectly this past year through her previous service as diversity commissioner, and is also someone that has been able to collaborate with Senate before through our workshops. It was also mentioned prior. It was very, very clear to me and very evident immediately once we interviewed her why she was chosen last year. She is an absolute rock star. She is going to really continue what she was able to this past year. She took on the role later on in the year due to a vacancy, and so I have no doubt she'll be able to finish off some stuff she started. So I'm excited to transition and turn it over to Lily.
All right, Ms. Piper, you will have 5 minutes beginning at howdy.
Okay, howdy Senate. So from my understanding, my PowerPoint presentation can be found within the shared folder. So I'd like to encourage everyone to go ahead and check that out. So my name is Lily Piper. I am a senior psychology major from Fort Worth, Texas, and I have minors in sociology and neuroscience. So starting off with some experience that I have, for the past semester, I've had the opportunity to serve as the diversity commissioner. In this role so far, I've been able to explore various avenues to promote awareness and education among students. We've also been able to build and foster important relationships with student leaders, organizations, administration, staff, and faculty. Additionally, we've been working to promote dialogues and discussions about issues central to diversity and inclusion within SGA and throughout campus. Additionally, we in the Commission have been really hard at work to develop long-term goals and infrastructure for moving forward. It has been a crazy semester so far, and I'm so proud of what we've been able to accomplish given the unexpected circumstances. In addition, I also currently work as an intern for NADAHE, which is the National Association of Diversity Officers in Higher Education, as well as APA's Division 17. So in these roles, I've been able to witness some fantastic leadership from some of the nation's top leaders and that work in diversity, inclusion, and equity. Additionally, I have served as a volunteer intern for BIN, which is the Brazos Interfaith Immigration Network, who is a fantastic group over in Bryan, and I'm also a volunteer for the ACLU. So moving into my vision and values, I want to serve the student body by fostering a campus culture that promotes diversity, equity, and inclusivity. To accomplish this, we will center marginalized voices and embrace the unique lived experiences and perspectives that make up the student body. Through these, we'll be able to expand the reach of current efforts and unite in one certain commonality. We are all Aggies. There are several values that are absolutely foundational to who I am as a person. I think most important is respect. Respect to me is a way for all of us to unite in our humanity despite any and all differences that we may have. I think it's important to note that respect is both an attitude and an action. You know, it's one thing to say that you respect someone, but it's another to act in a way that shows you actively respect their identities, perspectives, and intersectionalities that make them who they are. I think it's important that we strive for that level of respect, not only in executive cabinet and SGA, but throughout the student body, because it really drives the inclusivity and unity that we strive for when we say we are the Aggies are we. So finally, I'd like to move into some goals for this year. First and foremost, I want to center student voices on campus. So in order to do this, we'll create meaningful relationships and dialogues with literally anyone and everyone that will talk to us. I really just want to gather student experiences, perspectives, questions, comments, and concerns, just going into our communities and finding ways that we can better use our platform to serve students. Additionally, we'd like to demarginalize, examine, and support pathways to leadership. So this is a really great way for us to ensure that our leadership is being held accountable to be representative of the wonderfully diverse student body that we serve. This goes hand in hand with an ongoing educational campaign geared for student leaders that covers important topics like recruitment practices, organizational best practices, privilege, etc. Just important topics to keep in mind as we move forward. Additionally, a huge goal of mine is to work closely with Senate, the MSC, and others to unite and support current efforts. So I've had several discussions with Chair Achman on ways that we can partner together in the future to really unite Senate and Exec Cabinet. From diversity trainings, workshops, lunches, roundtables, admin meetings, we have had a lot of really great ideas that I think will really help us unite within SGA. Additionally, one of our former members will be the Vice President for Diversity and Inclusion over at the MSC, which I think will give us a really great opportunity not only to unite within SGA, but to head across the street and go work with the MSC. So I'm really excited about that as well. Additionally, we'd like to continue expanding conversations and relationships with staff, faculty, and admin. And finally, to continue providing support to the Disability Subcommission. The Disability Subcommission is currently housed under the Diversity Commission, so I just want to make sure that we continue to center and support the great work that they are doing. So that is just about everything that I have for y'all. But before we move into questions, I just want to say that the Diversity Commission is so important to me. It has quite literally been my home at A&M for the past 2 years. It's been such an honor to be a part of the commission so far, and I'm so excited for what's to come. Thank you. I think you're muted.
I appreciate that. With that, the presenter is open for questions. If you have any questions, please utilize the raise hand tool. Senator Chunga Pizarro.
Senator Chunga Pizarro, Off-Campus Caucus. I saw that, I really enjoyed that. I saw that you volunteered with BIN. I volunteered with them as well. And I just wanted to know what was something that you have learned while volunteering the Brazos Interfaith Immigration Network.
Absolutely. Yeah, BIN is a fantastic organization. If anyone is ever looking for volunteer experience, I highly recommend it. They are just an amazing group over in Bryan. So over there, throughout my time there, I served as an intern last summer there. So with that, I got to do a lot of community outreach and organizational work. So as well as working with the clients that they serve, I was able to also serve kind of on the top end and do some fundraising, general organizing things. So it was really awesome to get to see at both levels how they run and operate. So it was really, really awesome.
Senator Hernandez.
Thank you, Speaker. Senator Hernandez, Liberal Arts Caucus. What is your vision for next year if you were to be confirmed as Diversity Commissioner?
Sure. So I guess I kind of have a big vision. I really want to revamp a lot of things that have been we've been exploring a lot of different things within the commission. And I really just want to make sure, first and foremost, that we really ramp up our advocacy work. So really going out and talking, like I said, to anyone that will talk with us and making sure that we're gathering as many student experiences and concerns and problems that they may have as possible in order to better advocate on behalf of them with administration or within Senate or anything like that. Additionally, I really want to ramp up educational aspects. So, you know, having workshops and dialogues within SGA is something that I think is really important as well. So those are my two big goals moving forward, is to really ramp both of those things up.
Are there any further questions for the presenter? Seeing none. Oh, seeing one hand right there at the last second, Senator Marufo.
Senator Marufo, Liberal Arts Caucus. So as someone who loves spreading education and whatnot, as like a hopefully future teacher, what are like some workshops, like plans that you have in mind when it comes to educating students? Like our diversity chair hosted like a disability awareness kind of workshop and whatnot. So like what ideas would you have on those sides of the spectrum in terms of like getting more students involved in the Diversity Commission?
Absolutely. So we have a lot of different kind of aspects of our educational component, and historically at least we have, but I'd like to continue moving forward. So kind of working each presentation to cater to each group. So, you know, with tradition, a big thing we've been doing is talking about the intersectionalities of diversity and tradition. So, you know, with those presentations, you have certain topics that you cover and certain things you discuss. As well, we do offer a lot of disability trainings, given that the Disability Subcommission is housed under us. So we offer those as well. But really just going out and talking about different things that organizations may request, if, you know, it's privilege or just diversity 101 and why that's important. Just making sure that we're doing what we can to go out and educate as many people about as many things as we can.
Are Are there any other questions for the presenter? And seeing none, this will conclude our period of question and answer. Ms. Piper, I'll go ahead and put you into the waiting room and then we'll bring you back after debate and voting.
Thank you.
With that, we'll now move into a period of debate, beginning with debate against. Again, if you do have any debate, please utilize the raised hand tool. Do I see any debate against? Seeing none, that will conclude our period of debate, and we will move on into a period of question and answer, or excuse me, we already did question and answer, a period of voting. Pro Tem Spur, if you please open up the form. And then again, that link, like the others before it, can be found on the agenda in the Slack or in the Drive.
The voting is open, and y'all will have until 10:07 to fill out that form.
And a reminder on the Drive that will be found underneath the Diversity Commissioner slot after you have made your way through elections and then to Executive Cabinet confirmations. Again, that's the Diversity Commissioner folder.
You guys have about 30 seconds left. All right, we're going to go ahead and close it. Give us just a second to tally the results. So it looks like with a vote of 48 for and 3 in abstention, Lily Piper has been confirmed.
And we'll bring her back into the room. And Ms. Piper, it is my pleasure to let you know that you have been confirmed to serve as our next Diversity Commissioner. Chief Justice Chopra, I will hand her over to you to swear her in.
Thank you. Are you ready?
I am.
All right, please raise your right hand. I state your name.
I, Lily Piper,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to faithfully execute to the best of my ability
to faithfully execute to the best of my ability
the duties of the office of State Your Office
the duties of the Office of Diversity Commissioner
for the Texas A&M University Student Government Association,
for the Texas A&M University Student Government Association,
to uphold the honor of the same
to uphold the honor of the same
at all times, to protect the welfare of the student body,
at all times to protect the welfare of the student body,
and to promote good relations between the students and those concerned with the university.
and to promote good relations between the students and those concerned with the university.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Justice Chopra, and congratulations, Commissioner Piper. We will now move on to the hearing of the confirmation for the Vice President of Legislative Relations. Our candidate for that is Cedric Matley, SVP Mendoza. I will hand it over to you to introduce our candidate.
Wonderful. Well, thank you again, Speaker McHugh, and thank you, Senate. I'm very excited to introduce Cedric to you all. As someone who has served as the Legislative Affairs, then now Legislative Relations Chair during an on-session year. I know how vital it is to have someone that understands the importance of the relationship with Senate and executive branch. I saw that in Cedric. I know that he has that piece. It'll be a busy year ahead. It's another session year, of course, and with everything else going on. And the decrease that we've seen from sales tax, also decrease in oral revenues, which is where TURF fund money comes from, which is A&M funding. Decreases in both of that. It's a big, important year for the session. Cedric knows what he's doing. I'm very excited for him to share that vision with you all. So I'm gonna turn it over to him. And please also reference his presentation in the 73rd Google Drive. Thanks, guys.
And Mr. Matley, you will have 5 minutes beginning at howdy.
Howdy, Senators. My name is Cedric Matley. Just to start off, a little bit about me. I'm from Fairview, Texas, which is north of Dallas, small little town near McKinney and Allen. I'm a philosophy major working on a Russian minor. A little bit of my experience, I've been part of the SGA Legislative Relations Commission for 2 years. That included both an on-session and an off-session year. So I've gone 2 years ago. I was able to go and visit the state capitol, meeting both House of Representatives members and state senators from both parties, and discussing and working on different ideas that we want to move into possible legislation. So having those conversations, which is really important, advocating for the student body. A little bit about myself outside of student government. I've been a part of MSC Student Conference on National Affairs for 2 years. This past year serving as the Director of Development. I have involvement in the Corps Cadets, Company S2. And then also prior experience back in 2018, I served on my local congressman's campaign, U.S. Representative Van Taylor. So a little bit of political experience there, kind of campaigning, getting into that arena a little bit. So going into my vision and my values for this position. Some of my values are selfless service and integrity. I can go on about that for a while if you want to have a personal discussion, but it's very important to me serving our community, representing our student body, giving back to them and being honest with them, and having an honest discussion with members of student government and everyone else within our student body. My vision for student government as a whole would be an SGA that makes meaningful progress for the student body. And how that ties into legislative relations and the different goals that I have currently for it is advocating for student issues, important student issues, coordinating between Student Senate and the Executive Cabinet, working with Mr. Feldman, who is chair for LR here in Senate. And then also, as soon as the Texas state government goes into session in January, making office visits, making trips out there, hitting both sides of the aisle. We don't, the plan is never to choose based on parties. That's very counterproductive. And that's what I did 2 years ago, and I plan on continuing with that. Also working on previously passed resolutions. So in the past 72nd Senate session, we were able to pass, bring to the floor. I was personally working on veterans credit transfer, but also voter registration and open source textbooks, resolutions which allow us to go to the state capitol and have these conversations so that we can really build something of substance in the future. Going forward into this next year, the agenda is really not set yet, and it won't be set until we have more conversations between SBP Mendoza, the rest of the Senate, Chair Feldman from LR, and so forth. So really, I can't give a very specific agenda as to what I plan on doing within LR, but that's the kind of direction we're headed towards, and I'm confident I can handle this position, and we'll have a great year and a very productive year. Thank you, and Gig'em.
With that, the presenter is open for questions. Again, if you have any questions, please use the raised hand tool. Senator Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senator Rogers, Off-Campus Caucus. Mr. Manalai, I just want to thank you for coming here, and I just wanted to ask the question of what are some bills that you want to see passed through the Texas legislature?
Sure. So thank you for the question, Senator. I would say a lot of what will be developed later on and actually turn into what we bring to the floor here in terms of resolutions and then advocate within the state capitol is very fluid at this moment. It will change in discussions with senators such as yourself and then the rest of the executive cabinet, Mr. Feldman included. And going from there, it will really change. Obviously, I do want to build on what we have recently passed within the 72nd Senate session, which includes veteran transfer credit, voter registration within 206, 207 classes, and then also open source textbooks. I see a real opportunity in terms of open source textbooks, as well as possibly with formula funding, which hasn't been something that has been discussed for a while, but was discussed 2 years ago when I was on the commission, and really trying to play around with that, see what we can do in conversations with state senators, state representatives.
And Senator Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senator Martin, Liberal Arts Caucus. Mr. Matalai, a few questions I'd like to ask you. Number one, looking at, you obviously talk about veterans a lot. I was wondering what your opinions are on trying to get better payments for veterans coming into A&M. We've had a few issues with that over the years. I was wondering if we could maybe, what are your opinions on trying to pay for more veteran schooling? And second off, in regards to your legislative ties, something that Chair Feldman had brought up when he had won his position was an interest in bringing back the A&M Texas game. And I couldn't think of anybody better besides somebody like yourself who has connections legislatively to try and bring that back. What are your opinions on obviously helping veterans pay for schooling and maybe doing something as big as bringing back the A&M Texas game? Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Senator. I will start off with the whole veterans question. Going off of that, it has been a priority in the past. Just this past year, we were working on veterans credit transfer. What that does is a way in saving veterans money in that it would give them credits at university for the work that they did in the military, depending on their military occupation specialty, any other training they would have done. So it really would save them money in terms of how much money they would have to put into college itself. There's also other avenues to take in terms of benefits that could be negotiated with members of the state capitol, House and Senate. I haven't worked further on that outside of veteran transfer credits so far, but I would be completely open to discussions on if you have any ideas on an opportunity we could find to expand benefits for them or subsidies in some way for veterans going to college. In terms of the Texas A&M game, if I remember correctly, the Student Senate passed a resolution a little while back saying that they're in favor of it. I would have to check on that, but that is definitely something that could be brought up in discussion. I would have to talk to SBP Mendoza on his opinion on that. Obviously, it's a very nice idea and a very fun idea to see both the teams back on the field together. I'm not sure how much power, obviously there is power in the state legislature in terms of making a game like that a reality. That would be a much farther step out than first having a discussion among SBP Mendoza and everyone else in student government, whether we find that's a solid opportunity to pursue, as well as approaching different staff members within the university, border regions and so forth, bringing up the idea with them first as well, because without their approval, it really won't go anywhere, even if you can convince a couple senators or representatives that they like that idea. Thank you.
And with 35 seconds remaining, Senator Trosclair.
Thank you, Senator Trosclair, On-Campus Caucus. Permission to preface briefly, Mr. Speaker?
Very briefly.
I too spent some time interning under Congressman Taylor. I was wondering if you could discuss some of the leadership qualities you picked up from him.
Sure. So during the time that I was working with him, it was actually during his campaign season. So I worked closely with his current chief of staff, actually much more than I did with Mr. Van Taylor, Mr. Dietz, and I worked with him quite a bit in terms of going to different community events, talking to members of the community, block walking, as well as some hard
Seeing
labor.
as that is time, Mr. Matley, if you could finish your last sentence and close it out.
Sure, but I mean, there were definitely many leadership qualities to pick up from both Mr. Dietz, who has extensive campaign experience, and then Mr. Van Taylor, who is a former Marine. I believe he was a major with, I don't remember which reconnaissance company, but he was, or battalion, but he was in the United States Marine Corps during Iraq, and so extensive leadership experience on his part as well.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
And that does conclude our period of Q&A. Mr. Matley, I'm going to go ahead and move you into the waiting room, and then we will go into a period of debate, voting, and bring you back in.
Thank you.
With that, we'll now begin a period of debate. Just like previous debates, this will be a structure of against and for, beginning with a period of debate against. If you have any debate against, please utilize the raise hand feature now. Seeing no debate against, debate is onto a period of voting. Pro Tem Spur, please open the form. That form, again, can be found on the agenda, the drive, as well as in the Slack. And we are voting on the confirmation of the Vice President of Legislative Relations.
Y'all will have until 10:23. Just a few more seconds, y'all. All right, and we're going to go ahead and close that one. All right, and give us just a few seconds to count these tallies. All right, it looks like with 40 people for, 6 against, and 2 an abstention, Mr. Matley has been confirmed.
All right, we'll bring him back in here. And Mr. Matley, welcome back in. It is my pleasure to let you know that you have been elected to serve as our next Vice President of Legislative Relations.
Thank you.
Chief Justice Chopra, I'll hand it over to you.
Alrighty, thank you. You ready?
Yes.
Alrighty. I got the right hand, so let's get this going. I state your name.
I, Cedric Matley,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to faithfully execute to the best of my ability
to faithfully execute to the best of my ability
the duties of the office of State Your Office
the duties of Office of Vice President of Legislative Relations
for the Texas A&M University Student Government Association,
for the Texas A&M University Student Government Association,
to uphold the honor of the same,
to uphold the honor of the same,
at all times to protect the welfare of the student body,
at all times to uphold the honor of the student body,
and to promote good relations between the students and those concerned with the university.
and to promote good relations between the students and those of the university.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Vice President Matley. With that, we will now move on to the consideration of the confirmation of Ellie Conrad to be our Vice President of Academic Affairs. SVP Mendoza, I hand it over to you to introduce our candidate.
Wonderful. Thank you again, Speaker McHugh. So this position in academic affairs in general has very quickly become the largest piece that we could possibly try and fill due to COVID and everything else responding to that. Most of all of my day is with Faculty Senate, their leadership team, with the Provost Office, President's Office, talking about things like how we implemented pass-fail, the deadlines for that. What will it look like for certain aspects of an online class, requirements for participation online, things like that. And with that, I cannot wait to have Ellie's help with the advocacy lens towards that. She knows advocacy, and she will very much and very quickly turn to be an advocate in students' favor on campus. One of my big priorities, if you've ever heard me talk about academic affairs, is open educational resources. She is the guru on that, and she has done more research than I ever could have imagined. So if you want to pick someone's brain about it, pick hers. But I will quit rambling and let you hear from her and introduce Ellie Conrad to you all, and please reference her presentation in the Google Drive. Alrighty, Speaker McHugh, I believe you're muted.
Ms. Conrad, you'll have 5 minutes beginning at howdy.
All right, thank you, Speaker. Howdy, my name is Ellie Conrad. I am a sophomore international studies, politics, and diplomacy major from Bryan, Texas. I also have minors in sociology and Arabic studies, and I am a fourth generation Aggie. Maroon kind of just runs in my blood. This has been my home for the last 20 years and will continue to be my home for the next few. And I want to take care of it and see that it just flourishes in so many different ways. As far as my experience on campus goes, I was a student government fish aide my freshman year in their freshman leadership organization. And for the last 2 years, I've had the pleasure of serving on the legislative relations along with Cedric. I, as SVP Mendoza formerly mentioned, I was the lead on the OER legislation and advocacy bill. I've taken trips to Austin during on session, and I've learned kind of how to speak the language of, you know, those people who are empowered to make choices on our behalf. I'm an honors student in international studies and Cornerstone, and this year I was selected to be a muster host. Unfortunately, things kind of changed, so I didn't get to experience that, but muster still continues to be one of my favorite traditions. I also hold an on-campus job with the Dean of the International Studies Department. I've learned a lot from being able to work with her and just kind of see the struggles of a college that's as small as mine, and also just being able to hear from her on how Faculty Senate operates, because she's also in that. She's been a really good mentor in that. As far as values, excellence is my top Aggie value. I believe that if you're pursuing excellence in all things, you know, the other core values kind of come really easily. You can't be an excellent person, an excellent leader, if you're not going, you know, following along with loyalty, service, integrity. As far as my vision and goals for this next year for academic affairs, obviously things are changing, and they're changing really, really fast, as Eric kind of mentioned. And so I want to be able to change the narrative of what academic affairs does and change it to us being able to advocate for students and making it advocacy, as I have a ton of experience doing that. I want to really find a way to make OER more accessible. That includes more increased funding for research, talking to deans about how to incentivize professors to use it, things like that. Also finding a way to make it more efficient. One thing about me is that I'm an extremely efficient person, and I want everything to run smoothly and as easily as possible. That includes communication both with faculty senate, with our administration, executive cabinet, with senate, and any other groups that might have input into how we're running things. Another thing that we'll be working on is we're moving from Blackboard to Canvas, and so AA needs to figure out how to do that efficiently and listen to the voices of the students. If this, for some reason, the fall semester ends up to where we're back online, I want it to be able to function as a way of we can take what we've learned this semester and continue to improve upon what we've learned, and that's including, talking with professors, talking with administration especially, and just making sure that we really are advocating on behalf of the students and how they feel their best learning, because at the end of the day, that's what's most important. Another thing is to spread awareness about what OER is. As previously mentioned, OER is something I'm passionate about, and it's something that I have done research on for the last 2 years, and I have connections with library and our research on that here, and also with legislators in Austin from my time on LR. And so just really finding a way to get that implemented on a much bigger level, because as much of a benefit as it's already, impacted here at A&M, I want to see that on a larger scale, not only here at this university, but all around Texas. And so I think that we can really be a flag staff for that and kind of start that process. So thanks for listening, and gig 'em.
With that, the presenter is open for questions. We'll begin with Chair Ahmed.
Ahmed, Diversity Inclusion. Howdy. So in your presentation, you talked a little bit about COVID, about OER, and the transition from Blackboard to Canva. But outside of that, are there any other projects, or anything projects, ideas, goals that you are looking into as well as a part of academic affairs, and kind of other things that you want to push through your committee?
Yeah, so one thing that I have heard about and kind of sat and thought about a lot is getting together with different student councils of the different colleges, because they're representing an even smaller group of students, and just getting to hear from their representation and find out how on a larger scale, as university-wide, not just college or department-wide, how we can change things, make them more efficient, just kind of streamline them a little better. And also that goes into just improving communication overall.
Thank you.
Senator Chunga Pizarro.
Senator Chunga Pizarro, Off-Campus Caucus. Ms. Conrad, can you tell me what do you think are the most important duties in the position of Vice President of Academic Affairs?
I think the most important duties of my position are being able to listen to the voices and opinions of, the other leaders that are, put beside me, whether that is in Senate, in Faculty Senate as well, because they have a voice, but also to the students, and just listening to those and really considering the opinions that I hear, and not just, being on track with my agenda or, what my committee is working on, but being open to considering, the voices of people who maybe don't have different ideas than I have, that I haven't even thought about, but are still going to be, hugely beneficial to the student body as a whole. So I think just being open to the consideration of other options, being in contact with all of those different moving parts, whether that's administration, Senate, faculty, deans especially, that's going to be a big one for the next year, just as things are changing. And so just making sure that you're staying connected and in communication with those people is, I think, probably one of the most important roles.
With 2 minutes remaining, Senator Martin.
Senator Martin, Liberal Arts Caucus. One thing I'd have to ask is, obviously, with this whole COVID-19 pandemic, you have a pretty tough job in, obviously dealing with academic affairs. How would you deal with the fall potentially getting canceled? Let's hope it doesn't, and I don't think it will. But if something like that did come around, how would you deal with that, as well as how, if we do have a fall semester, how would you get those academic affairs ready to go for this upcoming semester as well?
Yeah. So if, the fall semester, unfortunately, things aren't changing quickly enough and we are still online, I think that's going to have to become a thing of us looking into Zoom, us looking into how this semester impacted grades and, Q drop rates and things like that, and see, like, is what we were doing working, or is it hurting our students? Because I don't think anybody likes the situation that we're in. Nobody likes having to take classes on Zoom. And so figuring out, listening to the students again, and also to the professors, because they're having a hard time with this too, is just how do we make that better? And to the second part of your question is, hopefully when the fall comes, how are we going to get this started? Is meeting with administration and finding out, what information can we give to our students to help, make the adjustments, because going back to in-person classes will also be an adjustment, and finding out how to best work with that, with our students and help them with that adjustment, instead of just kind of throwing them back to the wolves per se, I guess, after we, come back from this really weird transitory period. So
good answer.
I hope that answers your question.
And seeing as that does conclude the amount of time we have in our question and answer period, we will now move into a period of debate. Ms. Conrad, I'm going to go ahead and move you into our waiting room, and then I'll bring you back in after debate and voting. The period of debate will begin with a period of debate against. If you have any debate against, please use the raise your hand tool. Seeing none, debate is one-sided, and we will conclude our period of debate and move into a period of voting. Pro Tem Spur, please open the form. Again, that form can be found on the agenda, the drive, and the Slack.
All right, y'all, that form is open. Y'all have until 9:39 to go ahead and cast your vote. I apologize. It's 10 o'clock, 10:39. All right, y'all, we're going to go ahead and close that form. Give us just a second to get the final vote count. All right, it looks like we've got 46 in favor, 2 abstaining, and 1 against.
With that, we'll go ahead and bring her back in. Ms. Conrad, welcome back into the room. It is my pleasure to let you know that you have been confirmed to serve as our next Vice President of Academic Affairs. Chief Justice Chopra, you have the floor.
All right, thank you. You ready? All righty. I state your name.
I, Ellie Conrad,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to faithfully execute to the best of my ability
to faithfully execute to the best of my ability
the duties of the office of State Your Office
the duties of the office of the Vice President of Academic Affairs
for the Texas A&M University Student Government Association,
for the Texas A&M University Student Government Association,
to uphold the honor of the same
to uphold the honor of the same
at all times, to protect the welfare of the student body,
at all times, to protect the welfare of the student body,
and to promote good relations between the students and those concerned with the university.
and to promote good relations between the students and those concerned with the university.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Vice President Conrad. With that, that will conclude our period of Executive Cabinet confirmations, and we will move into a period of committee reports, beginning with Pro Tem Spur.
Howdy, guys. Thank you so much for helping us get through tonight. I think today went a lot more smoothly than last meeting we had. So thank y'all. A super big shout out to my ops team that's been helping me get all of it done. Y'all haven't been formally introduced to my ops team because we did send committee reports via email last meeting. But I do want y'all to kind of look for the faces on the screen. Carrie Marbut is my Executive Director of Operations. She's kind of like my assistant. She's the one that's been opening and closing the forms and logged into my Howdy and all of this. So she's been doing great tonight. Brogan is our Director of Archives. She's been working to send y'all all those links and to record our meetings so that we can put it up later. And then my Director of Records, Michaela Nassis, has been taking extremely good minutes this meeting. So a big thank you to them. And I think my Director of IT is on here as well, making sure that connection is working. And that's Bobby Dow. I have a few things to address with you guys. Hold tight. I will go as fast as I can. I know we're all wanting to go to bed. The first thing I want to hit on is attendance. The excused absences that y'all have been submitting, we have been watching come in. I am aware you've submitted them, but we had to wait until we had a full IA to vote on excusing those absences or not. Now that we have a full IA as of today, we will be voting on those absences tomorrow. So if you submitted an excusal form and you haven't heard whether or not your absence was excused, you should hear by sometime either tomorrow or Friday from me. Zoom buddies are going pretty well, I think, from what I've heard from people. Zoom buddies are a way for you to get to know people in the room. I obviously, when I came in last year, I didn't really know anybody, and so I got to know people, walking up to them and creating conversation. But Zoom does not foster that, and so we've been doing Zoom buddies. Last week they were emailed to you. This week they were sent via Slack to you, and that was kind of my way of seeing who was still needing to get onto our Slack and who was not. Please, if you have not gotten your Slack set up yet, there's probably 20 of you that haven't yet. Please get that done, because we are communicating with you via Slack, because for a lot of you, we don't have info for your phone number yet, and we don't have your Slack, so it's hard to get a hold of you. Email, I feel like everybody's getting a lot of emails. I don't want to bog you down with another email, so please get your Slack set up. And if you need help with your Slack, please reach out to me and I will help you. So make sure you're getting your Zoom buddy done. They are really fun. It's just a way to get to know one another. Like I touched on before, I have my ops committee. We're working really diligently to make sure things run smoothly. Like I said, they are the reason that tonight's meeting ran a lot better than last week's meeting. So a big thank you to them. Another thing is I am doing one-on-ones with every senator in this session. It's a goal of mine to get to know each and every one of you personally. And so I sent out, I'm starting at the bottom of the list alphabetically by first name. So I got to have one of those this week already with Senator Reynoso, and it was super fun. We got to catch up. I got to know a little bit more about her and her goals for Senate. So if I have reached out to you, I reached out to you via Slack to set up a time. And I usually have a doodle poll running every week, and you can just pick a meeting time that works for you, and then I confirm by sending you a Zoom link. So be checking to see if I've sent you a request to do a one-on-one so we can get to know each other a little bit better. With that, I only have 2 more things. I'm saving the best for last, don't y'all worry. The general information form, that was opened at like the 25th, our very first meeting for us to collect a few things about you guys for your intro Instagram story feature and for the contact sheet. There are still also about 20 of y'all that have not filled that out. I reached out to all of y'all via Slack, but what I noticed is those of you that hadn't filled it out, most of y'all are not on Slack yet. And so it's kind of a double whammy. I will make sure that I reach out to you via email to get that filled out, but we need to have that filled out so that we can contact you if we need to contact you. If I need to shoot you a text or something, would love to have your phone number in that sheet. And especially with Zoom buddies, it makes it easier for you to reach out to your buddy for the week. So I have that list. I've reached out to y'all. I will reach out to y'all via email. And for those of you that still have not filled it out by joint session, I will have a list and I will read it out. So don't be embarrassed and get it filled out if you haven't yet. The last thing I want to address with y'all is something y'all probably all been waiting for is committee preferences. As y'all know, we have finally elected all of our IA, and we will have you all be placed in a committee. And so the way that it works is tomorrow morning, there will be a link put onto the drive. I will also put it in the Slack to a Google form. And the Google form has a lot. So to kind of break it down, every committee chair has provided you with a 2 to 3 sentence description of what their committee looks like and entails for you to read more so in depth of what those committees are. And then at the bottom, there's a grid, a checkbox grid, and it says first choice, second choice, third choice, and it lists all the committees, and you pick one committee per row. However, you cannot rank one committee 3 times in a row. Please do not, I understand that you really, really want rules and regs because Chair Hein is great, but you can't put rules and regs for all 3 of your choices. You need to put a different committee for every choice. The one caveat is the Constituency Affairs Committee is reserved for caucus leaders only. If you are in a caucus of 2 people and you're a caucus leader, you may choose whether or not you would like to be in the Constituency Affairs Committee. But if you're in a caucus of 3 or more people, you're automatically put onto the Constituency Affairs Committee. And if you're just a general senator that's not in a caucus leader position, you will not be placed in the Constituency Affairs Committee. So please keep that in mind when you're preffing. Other than that, that will go out tomorrow morning. If y'all have any questions about committee preferences, please direct them to me. I'm the one that puts together the committee placement. I'll be doing that this weekend. I want y'all to know that that form will only be open from tomorrow morning to midnight on Friday night. So you'll have 2 days to do that, and then it will close. If you have not filled out that committee preference form, I cannot promise you're going to get into a committee that you really wanted, because I'm not going to know what you wanted. Please make sure to fill that out. I'm sure if you have any questions concerning committees or anything of that nature, you can reach out to the chairs individually. But with that, I yield my time to questions.
Presenter is open for questions. We'll begin with Senator Killen.
That is my mistake. I didn't mean to raise a hand or anything.
No worries. Senator Tomlinson.
Senator Tomlinson, College of Geosciences. Sorry, you broke up a little bit when you were talking about the caucuses of 2, or you said less than 3, I think. I kind of missed what you said there in reference to caucus leaders.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say Brogan just sent y'all a link. It's actually 73 general info is the full Ag link. Holden, to answer your question, so basically every caucus selects a caucus leader, but some caucuses only have 2 representatives. So like the Corps of Cadets, College of Geosciences, architecture, things like that. If you're one of those senators, if you're a caucus leader and you're in a caucus of 2, you may elect whether or not you'd like to serve in constituency affairs or if you'd like to serve elsewhere.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any other questions for Pro Tem Spur? Seeing none, thank you, Pro Tem Spur. Chair Hein.
All right, howdy Senate, Chair Hein, Rules and Regulations. I just want to say congrats to the rest of our IA that got confirmed tonight, as well as the executive cabinet that got confirmed tonight. Y'all are going to do a great job this year, and I look forward to working with each and every one of you. I'm really excited because this is leading up to committee preference, and in the next coming week, one of the big things that the Rules and Regs Committee will be tasked with is interviewing and screening our Chief Justice through our Judicial Court Confirmation Subcommittee. And so if you're interested in that, please reach out to me. I'm looking through the code to make sure that people that aren't on the Rules and Regs Committee can also be on the subcommittee. So if you do have any interest, let me know, or you can just pref Rules and Regs, aka the best committee, and we won't have to worry about that. But other than that, that's all I have. If you have any questions, I'm open to them. And I yield my time to the floor.
Are there any questions for Chair Hein? Seeing none, thank you, Chair Hein. Chair Teague.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chair Teague, Finance. I'll keep this short and sweet. Not a whole lot to report as far as finance goes, mainly because of one, I don't have a committee, and we don't have any allocations just yet. Looking forward to finally getting a committee over the next week so we can finally get some work done. This is certainly going to be an interesting allocations process. Given that a lot of the organizations that would have typically used this money for social events, et cetera, in the spring semester can no longer spend that money because there was no second half of this spring semester. So definitely one that I'm looking forward to this allocations process to really delve into it, really see what we can do to make a difference. If you have any questions about what the Finance Committee does, what my expectations or goals as far as the committee is, any questions about that or why you should choose the Finance Committee, please feel free to reach out to me. I yield my time to the floor for any questions that anyone may have.
Are there any questions for Chair Teague? Seeing none, thank you, Chair Teague. Chair Ahmed.
Chair Ahmed, Diversity and Inclusion. So just some things that we've gotten started on, having different religious speakers for our invocations. So today we had Ryan Williams on behalf of 242 College Ministry, and we're going to be continuing that in my committee, bringing in different religious speakers for every meeting. And I'm also very happy that we now have a new diversity commissioner for this year, Lily Piper. Me and her have already been having conversations about some of the goals that we want to get started on. And so we're definitely going to be reaching out to each other in the next few days, next few weeks, about what we want to get started on and how we can get started on that now in the summer. So I'm really excited for that, especially as the Diversity Commission comes to be and really working together, bringing that Senate, that executive and legislative sides together. Also, committee prep forms. I'm really excited to have a committee. I really want members of my committee to be very involved, very active, because we do have a lot of goals and they require having committee members that really want to see changes in diversity and inclusion in this campus. So if you really do care about diversity and inclusion, definitely sign up for my committee, definitely prep our committee. I already have a blurb about what some of the responsibilities are, but if you do have any more questions, feel free to reach out to me via Slack, my email, my phone number. I'd love to get to know all of you all, and if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Chair Ahmed? Seeing none, Chair Jeffress.
Howdy, Senate. So I'm trying to get a meeting right now with the faculty speaker and the provost to talk about a number of topics. So hopefully we'll have a productive meeting out of that. I also look forward to working with the new Vice President of Academic Affairs. Yeah, that's pretty much it. It's happening at Academic Affairs currently. I hope to see you on my committee. If you have any questions.
Are there any questions for Chair Jeffress? Seeing none, Chair Feldman.
Howdy, Senate. Chair Feldman, Legislative Relations. Just want to say, first of all, congrats to everyone confirmed and elected today. And then just want to talk about what I've been doing recently. So I'm going to reach out to the new VP of LR, Cedric Matley, as well as I've been talking with a bunch of people regarding what our plans are and kind of setting an agenda for how we're going to proceed with LR in the near future, especially over the summer. If you're interested in LR, if you're interested in anything legislatively, or just think working with legislators is cool, feel free to prep the committee. Love to have you. If you have any questions, feel free to text me. I'm going to post my phone number in the chat. Feel free to reach out. Would love to talk to y'all. And if you have any questions, please feel free to let me know. I'm open to anything.
Any questions for Chair Feldman? Seeing none, Chair Syed.
Howdy, Senate. Chair Syed, Student Services Chair or Caucus Committee. I would like to first say thank you so much for your support and faith in me. I really am honored, and I'm excited to see what we're going to be doing. In the past weeks, I have been currently communicating with Erica Pauls, who is the project lead for the Period Project, as well as the president for the Matthew Gaines Initiative, to get the wheels rolling on both the Period Project for fall 2020 and making sure that Senate supports that initiative, as well as getting the idea and getting the wheels rolling on getting a bus renamed to Gaines. I'm really excited to see everything that Student Services can do. I know that Chair Hein earlier said that she has the best committee, but I would very nicely like to disagree to that. I think Student Services is going to be really great next year. There's a lot of tangible things we can do for our school and our community. And so if you have any questions about what we can accomplish, please don't hesitate to reach out to me. I'll be texting my phone number in the group chat. Thank you all.
Awesome. We love a little healthy disagreement amongst IA. Chair Syed. Any questions for Chair Syed? Excuse me. Seeing none, Chair Rodriguez.
Chair Rodriguez, Constituency Affairs. So excited to be back on IA. I know that Senate is going to do amazing things this year, and congrats to everybody that was elected and sworn in tonight. I know that we've got a great bunch here, and we're going to do amazing things together. So just a couple of things that I'm going to definitely hop on and get started is trying to set up Zoom meetings with different legislative councils around campus. I know that I've already met with the Student Engineering Council, and I'm trying to get around to all the colleges on the university to see if we can start hopefully implementing roundtables for student senators to come and just kind of show what we're doing around Senate and have a roundtable at the different leadership buildings around campus. So I know that I'm not allowed to have any preference to my committees, but if you ever want to come to a constituency affairs meeting, just shoot me a text. I'm always down to meet or just to discuss about anything, any ideas you have, or anything that you want to do, whether it be Senate related or something else that you have going on around campus. Definitely keep me in touch. I'm always open to new ideas. But if you have any questions, never hesitate to contact me. And with that, I yield my time.
Are there any questions for Chair Rodriguez? Seeing none, last but not least, Chair Oldag.
Howdy, Senate. First off, I want to thank y'all for electing me as CR chair.
It's really an honor, and I'm really, really humbled, and I'm also really excited just to be able to work with each of you. So I'll be communicating with the previous Chair Gilberto, kind of talking to him about kind of the handover and getting all of the contact information for the Bryan and College Station city officials, things like that. I'm also working on scheduling a meeting with Dylan Murray, our student advisor. That'll be really exciting. And yeah, if you're interested in community relations or really have any questions or are unsure kind of like where your best fit is or like what you're interested in or kind of like what the committees are more about, please don't hesitate to reach out to me or any of the other chairs in IA. We'd really love to answer them and get to talk to y'all. I'm also looking forward to appointing a Tate A. Banks Core Values Subcommittee Chair, so be on the lookout for that. If that's something that you're interested in, please don't hesitate to let me know. So yeah, that's all I have.
Any questions for Chair Oldag? Seeing none, that'll conclude our period of committee reports, and we'll move into a period of executive reports, beginning with SVP Mendoza.
All right, well, howdy, Senate. I appreciate your time this evening and your willingness to listen to our nominees. I'm very grateful that you were able to see what I saw and allow them to serve this university in this capacity this next year. They will be extremely helpful during these busy times, so I can't thank you enough for that. And excited to share more with you, I guess, next week. I also want to do a quick note and say to Speaker McHugh and Pro Temp Spur, as well as Brogan and Carey, that I thought this meeting was very well run. Zoom is a different platform, and as someone who's run meetings on Zoom before, I appreciate all the work that you're doing for this and how speedy it was this evening. So thank you for that. Thank you for Cabinet. As was mentioned by Chair Hein, we are in the process of going through J-Court applications and interviews. That's been going on all week. We'll be finishing up tomorrow. We got a lot of applications, which is fantastic. I'm excited to see what the court can do next year. And so I will be doing that as I have the past few days tomorrow. And I'm excited to share those with you in the process of the R&R committee. So that can be expected coming up. But beyond that, just everything else going on, I want to touch on a few things and then feel free to ask questions or follow-ups to them. But obviously muster was yesterday, and I just want to do a very quick shout out to the committee as well as our own advisor, Greg Fink, and other advisors in the department, student activities as a whole, Division of Student Affairs. It was quite amazing to watch that. And especially in the format, I thought they did a fantastic job. So thank you to everyone involved with that process. Ring Day obviously could not happen. However, as I know some of you received it, they did send a notification out that you are able to now get it shipped to you. I know I'm expecting mine very soon now, so make sure you check your emails for that. We're also working on other things with the association. We want to loop them into our conversations and see, what other options for celebration we have for our ring recipients, because it's a big day and it should be celebrated regardless of timing. But make sure you check your email, get your ring as soon as possible. I talked with the faculty speaker on, I guess it was yesterday, on a number of things going around in student concerns. They've been extremely helpful throughout the whole process, allowing us to really push past fail when SVP Gillette was still in office and I was working with him. And so we can't thank them enough for that in their service. And we are continuing to work with them on everything going into the summer, going into the fall, going into the year ahead as well. And so there is a new team coming in, leadership team for the Faculty Senate, but encouraged to work with them as well. We'll keep you updated on anything related to this semester, but as well as the summer semester specifically. Also the President and Provost's office, and what will things like graduation look like? How can we celebrate, but also give people the opportunity to make the decision for themselves to come at a later date and walk if that's what they choose to do. That's important. That's a piece that I have stressed to them today and others, and they understand that and are fully aware and in support of that as well in students' perspective. So working with that, I know I talked with Pro Temp Spur today and linked about certain aspects, and she did a great job, and Speaker McHugh has as well, on letting me know where a lot of you stand, where your opinions are on these, which is important. Please share those with me if you have things on anything from grades to graduation to ring day to anything in the fall. Please share those so I can have a more holistic view on what students are feeling. And then beyond that, looking at ramifications that we could potentially have going into the summer, going into the fall, things like student fees, especially, I'm glad that the distance education fee is not applied to the summer, ensuring it doesn't happen in the fall as well. Had those conversations, working with other things as well, regardless of in-person or online. In the fall, we want to make sure that students are fully able to come back and adapt to any situation. So working with that, and beyond that, working with new leadership across campus. So Yale leaders, core, MSC, regardless of where they are, to really figure out how do we create a new mind map of student engagement with everything going on. And so encouraged by that, I know, a lot of them are having to revamp everything that they do. And so working with them to figure out how we can continue to engage with students, even though that it's a different format. I was on a Zoom call earlier in the week and have been a few times with prospective students from the Houston area and other places across the state, So working with prospective student centers and seeing how we can encourage to and continue to engage with students that are coming here, make sure they still want to come here and have the Aggie experience we've all loved, because I think we will have difficulty with that. So those are a lot of pieces, a lot of things moving around, but I'm happy to answer questions, and feel free to reach out if anything else comes up on your end. Thank you, guys.
Senator Trosclair.
Mr. Speaker, Senator Trosclair, On Campus Caucus. Mr. President, I guess in terms of going back in the fall, there's a lot of uneasiness among students that's been vehemently expressed on social media. My question is, when would we have an answer on what that would look like and what changes we can expect in the fall? And the big question is, will we go back?
Yeah, so to answer your last question first, I wish I could give you a definite. So does everyone else at the university. I won't speculate, so I won't say whether or not, because the bottom line is, if at all able to any capacity, the university, students, everyone wants to be back on campus if at all possible. And so that's the answer. Now, is that feasible yet? We just don't know. Now, obviously, the rollback of the shelter in place was a big piece that we saw yesterday from Brazos County. The governor's calls for different things across the state is a big piece. Bottom line is we do follow state guidance, national guidance, CDC guidance that would still be in place. So even if those get rolled back, you still have CDC guidance, you still have limitations, masks, things like that. So it's complicated, but I can tell you that everybody, if at all possible, and if it's feasible in any capacity, wants that to happen. Now, when will that be announced and how will that be kind of translated to students is really the question. We're pushing as soon as possible. So, I hope early, mid summer to the latest that we have word out on that. It's a balance between informing students on where we're at in those conversations, really where as administration, but also, how long can you wait to get to the decision you want versus, what can you inform students on where conversations are? So truthfully, I would say, within the early summer months, I hope that that's out there. The bottom line is right now, they just don't have an answer because they really are hopeful. So.
Permission to follow up, Mr. Speaker?
Granted.
Thank you. Mr. President, in terms of going back under the situation where it would be announced later in the summer, would we be able to begin to have conversations at that point with administration on the student voice in terms of changes in procedures? Because most likely if we go back, we would anticipate seeing a lot more mask or different spacing rules. So would that be something they would address with us before they announce it, or would they announce that and then come to us and say, let's work that problem out?
No, I think both. So I think with everything that they can address with us that they can think of beforehand, I think that's something we can talk about. I've already been bringing up in my questioning, would the university supply masks to students if it's required that we have them? Those kinds of things that are big picture things if we're able to come back. Things like we just implemented the ability for students to submit written excuses basically for themselves instead of having a doctor's note for sickness. Can we continue that? So pieces like that are important. And I think to the extent that we know beforehand what could come up, yes, we've learned a lot this semester, so a lot can be talked about. Now, we've also learned this semester that a lot of things just pop up that we could not have perhaps prepared for. So those will be the conversations that happen after the fact. But to the extent we can, absolutely.
Permission to follow up one more time. I do apologize.
Denied. I'm sorry. We're going to
I'll
go
text
ahead
him.
and
I'll
move
text him.
on. That'll be great.
Thanks, Chandler.
Senator Martin.
Senator Martin, Liberal Arts Caucus. Mr. President, a real quick question when it comes to that. How are you planning to get back to normal? Obviously, we're talking a lot about, taking the precautions, and obviously, if they're necessary, I do believe that we should do that. But a lot of this, we're trying to calm the panic that's going around this. There's a lot of hype going around this, with the help of facts and waiting this whole thing out. How under your leadership can we look at returning to a normal state of being?
Yeah, no, I love the question. And I think for me, what it is that I recognize there's a lot smarter people than me. And so if they say CDC, university, whatever, I'll follow them in their guidance on matters of science. But, for normalcy, I think it's important. Things like, muster that happen online, that isn't a normal setting, but it's normal to have that. It's normal to practice that and to really appreciate that as an Aggie. It's not normal that I hopped on Zoom calls with prospective students rather than going to Houston and visiting them, right? But it's normal to have those conversations, to be a listening ear, to add that context to students, to let them know that regardless of presence, they're going to have an Aggie experience like no other, like we've all had. And how can we create that for them regardless of what the fall looks like, regardless of what the summer looks like? Now, I think, going into the other times, NSC is online. Certain things we can't control. NSC is online. I'll still be giving a presentation. Yale leaders will be giving a presentation. How can we continue the outreach and approaches we've had in the past with students? I can tell you right now, to any extent I can be in person to places, I will be the first one there. If Fish Camp to whatever capacity is an in-person camp, I will be speaking at all that I can make scheduling wise. So I think to the extent that I'm told, we want in-person things to go on, I'll be right there with you all. To the extent that we have to continue the way we are, I'm going to try to whatever capacity we can, and I encourage everyone to do the same, to attempt to do what you normally do in a different format. It's hard, it's unfortunate, but beyond everything, it's how do we continue to spread the Aggie spirit to current students, prospective students, and all that. It's going to be a tough few years. Let's face it. Students are facing hardships, whether it's financial, personal, health-wise, and they will have opportunities to leave, whether it's forced or decisions they have to make that are tough. So how do we create relationships and support them in those efforts to let them know we're here for them, that students can find a home here on campus still? And that's what we continue to do and need to do regardless of on person or online. So I think that those are a few things, but
thank you.
And Chair Syed.
Chair Syed, Student Services Committee. SPP Mendoza, have you seen the petition to extend the Q drop deadline? And do you know if the university leadership is exploring that?
Yeah, I have seen it. I appreciate bringing it up. It's been brought to my attention, and I don't know currently what it's at. I know yesterday it was at north of 6,000 signatures, maybe 7,000, 8,000 by now. And I have gotten great perspectives on it from engineers that perhaps lost the second half of spring break, and test 2, midterm 2 was canceled, and now it's on to the final, and the finals now went from 15% to 30% of their grade. And so things like that have real implications for students. So I've brought it to the attention of the faculty speaker and his committee, as well as upper administration. And so the bottom line is we're still pushing it. Now, it'll be a tough sell because there's a bit of logistics behind it too. And frankly, the faculty have given a lot in terms of things to students, and I agree with that. We're still pushing for that. I understand students' concerns towards it. If you have other anecdotes or things that can add to that conversation, please send them my way. I will happily pass that along. It will be tough to see that come to fruition, but I am not against trying, and we have been trying.
Thank you.
Yep.
With that, we will conclude the Q&A. SPP Mendoza, thank you so much. Chief Justice Chopra, you will be unmuted for your executive report.
Thank you, Speaker McHugh. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to all of those who ran the meeting, who helped run the meeting. It was very smooth, and I could not tell the difference. I felt like I was in Coldus. So great job. And I really, really, really do appreciate everyone who came and who's being very proactive about their roles within student government. And also congratulations to everyone who is confirmed today. I have said this many times, but I'm very excited to see what the year is going to bring us. And so keep it up. I know it's a really, really tough time, but it pleases me and it makes me feel so much better about the situation, knowing that we have wonderful student leaders here. As SPP Mendoza mentioned, we are going through associate justice interviews, and so we will keep continuing that until tomorrow, and then the process will move forward from there. So hopefully we can get further along in that process in the upcoming weeks. It's been great so far. So lots of applicants, lots of very good applicants. So I'm very excited about that. But other than that, everything's pretty normal on the court. We are moving along as much as we can given our restrictions, but we are still operating as normal. I know for me personally, the weeks have been adding up. When we first transitioned to Zoom, it didn't seem too bad, but now that we are in week 5 since the transition, I myself am feeling a bit of the load. So finding yourself in that, we're almost there. We are almost there till finals, and then the semester comes to an end. So hang in there. We're gonna make it. But thank you all again for being so wonderful.
Awesome. Are there any questions for Chief Justice Chopra? Seeing none, thank you, Madam Chief Justice. With that, I'll go ahead and move into my executive report. I'm going to try to keep it quick, fast, and in a hurry for you guys here. To start off, I have, along with Pro Tem Spur, started kicking off those one-on-ones, trying to have the chance to meet with all of you guys before we come back here in the fall throughout the summer. We're working on that. We coordinated so that I'm starting at the top of the list alphabetically, starting at the bottom list alphabetically and in the middle, and we'll keep moving through. We do want to emphasize that it's very important to us to have those one-on-ones and to meet with you guys because this is something that is very near and dear to our hearts, to make sure everyone's voice can be heard and to make sure everyone is plugged into Senate and can feel connected. And so that's kind of the purpose behind that. Moving on, though, I've begun transition meetings with the former Speaker Mendoza, now SVP Mendoza. We were able to meet with Dr. Pugh, the Vice President of Student Affairs, earlier this week, and we're meeting with President Young along with some other student leaders later this week. We were also able to attend the Student Leader Communications Committee meeting, and so we were able to go through that transition and meet with student leaders from across campus as they kind of pass off their roles to new incoming student leaders. Moving on from that, something that I mentioned back in my presentation was that we want to work towards a mentorship program within SGA. That conversation has started. That conversation is in the very early stages. We're working to figure out what's going to be the best way to implement a mentorship program to make sure that it's available to any new member of SGA and that we have enough mentors, as well as how we can structure that well to make sure that it is most effective. So if you have any ideas on that, please do not hesitate to reach out to me and let me know, because I'd love to work with you to make sure we can make that mentorship program as effective and positive as possible. Moving on from that, we do have a few confirmations still to get through. We have 6 executive cabinet confirmations. One of those is top staff, and then we also need to get through the Chief Justice confirmation, as well as all of the Associate Justice confirmations. Those Associate Justice confirmations will likely be moved to the summer meetings that we now have. And so the joint session that we have on the 29th, we'll try to get through those last confirmations as well as the Chief Justice confirmation once we go through that official transition from the 72nd session to the 73rd session. We're going to be sending out more information on what that joint session will look like throughout the week, so stay tuned for that. The 72nd will have a brief period at the beginning of the meeting, and then we'll take over and officially be able to move into those confirmations that we still have left, as well as being able to do legislation as the 73rd session. Beyond that, we have the potential of calling a special session. That special session would be for the purpose of getting through any elections that or confirmations that are left over. We're still going to keep you posted on that. If we do have a special session, it's either going to be that Tuesday night before the 29th, so the 28th, or it'll be sometime in the middle of May. We're still in conversations on that to see what we need to do. It's looking like we may be able to get through everything in joint session, kind of gauging based on how tonight went. So we'll keep you posted on that. Just kind of wanted to give you guys a heads up. We also do have the schedule set for the rest of the year in Senate meetings. We're confirming those dates and setting them in stone, and then I'll send that out as well. So be on the lookout for that schedule. We also, I was able to attend the disability panel that was held earlier today, and that went really well. There were some great panelists, and we were able to get a lot of really cool information. I know there were some other senators, Senator Hernandez, Senator Rogers, who were there as well, and so it was great to see a good turnout for that. We'll continue to try to keep y'all updated on any resources or any things like that that do come up. As well as if y'all have anything that you're involved in that is going to be a good resource for senators, please don't hesitate to let us know so that we can disseminate that information and get a good turnout to things that are beneficial for students, like panels that do things along those lines. Another piece in the transition piece, the speaker email will be officially transitioned on the 29th. So that's why any emails you've received from me have been coming from my personal email. Once I do have access to that speaker email on the 29th, things like agendas as well as official Senate communication will be coming from that email. So stay on the lookout for that switch after the 29th. Beyond that, I do want to address something just to let y'all know about a resource that y'all can help us get out there. It was brought to my attention, Senator who was earlier in the week, that there's a certain level of uncertainty due to COVID, specifically among students who live out of state, and then being able to have the resources and the funds necessary to get back to A&M when the fall does come around, seeing as there are a lot of out-of-state students who were working here, went back home and no longer have a job, and are having to do school online, and then they're worrying about funds for coming back. There is a COVID relief fund put on by the Texas A&M Foundation that any student can apply for. And that relief fund will go towards making sure students are able to have the resources necessary. There are a couple of things they can't help with, such as IT type stuff. So if you were in need of a new computer for Zoom or something like that, unfortunately that fund can't help with that, but it can help with travel costs, and it can help with getting you back to the university. So I just wanted to make that resource known to you guys as well. If you have any questions, again, you can feel free to reach out to me at any point. I know this meeting went long as well. We did get that extension to 11:30. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and open up for questions briefly here. Awesome, guys. Well, seeing no questions, we'll go ahead and close that period of executive reports and move into a period of closing roll call. And I'll turn it over to Pro Tem Sport to lead that.
Howdy, Senate. The form is open. You guys are going to have until 11:30 to fill out your closing roll. Other than that, have a great night. Get some rest. Y'all deserve it. Y'all did great. Thank y'all so much.
Awesome. And once you've filled out that form, you are free to leave.